I just reestablished it, so refresh and check for it on my channel. Damn. And I can't. Where are my controls? Whatever. Whatever. What's up, everybody? This is the Jedi. So, we're going to just hope that we can do this. I hate this because now it's going to be a lot of work for me to share the stuff that I need to share with you. Um, I don't know, man. Nothing goes smoothly for me in life. Everything's always has some extra little gift that it's got to give me, some other challenge. You know, me and my little sister, like going back to probably the 90s, we used to start saying gratuit. We'd say gratuity prevails because it seems like life always gives you this little gratuity. Like something happens, we go, oh, of course gratuity had to prevail. Oh my God, gratuity prevails. Gratuit. It's a thing that we have, and we've always said it because that's what we're referring to. It's just like, I'm gonna go to the store right now. Oh, I can't find my keys. Gratuit, you know. So, gratuit. Uh, Plus, I can't see stuff as easily back here on this one as I could when I'm on the other software. This camera doesn't. I can't. Um, Everything's wrong with this. Everything is wrong with this. Everything. Um, so I'm just gonna dive right in, and I need to start looking for my stuff now. And this is gonna be a lot more production. You're gonna feel it because when I go, let me show you this. I can just pull it, hit a button, and we're watching it. Now with this, I gotta go. Let me see. I gotta go here, click that, then I go find the piece. Wait, click that. How do I bring you in? Oh wait, it's nightmare. Wow. Um, I can't see it from here, but everybody remember the thumbs up. This is such a nightmare. Anyway, oh, I need to share this out. This will be the third time. People are gonna be like, "This dude ain't live." You've been saying that 3 times now. Um, how do I see this? I have to go to my channel. See, I'm already doing it. We got to figure out how to do everything. let's see, I go to my channel, then I go to lot. Hold up, y'all. Okay. Now I come here. Is this the stream? That's the stream. Oh, and I can even see your stuff here. Okay, so maybe I should watch it over here. All right, let me share. Okay, I really am live this time. I promise. Period. Please do come join us. This is going to be fire. Fire, fire, fire. Fire, fire, fire. What's that from? Fire, fire, fire. Fire, fire, fire. And why is it in my head? And it sounds like a white bitch. So that's double negative. Let's see. Jedi is really live this time, I promise. Do come and join us. It's going to be fire. There's no L on fire, Jedi. Just so you know. I don't want to tell you what to do, but there. All right. Fire, fire, fire. That's a real thing. Fire, fire, fire. Uh-oh, I'm frozen. No, I'm paused. That's the screen. Okay. Let me refresh so that I'm where I should be. Test. Oh, I need to know if I've got sound, if you're hearing me. Test. Oh, I need to know if I've got sound, if you're hearing me. Test. Is this one? Test. Is this one? Is this one? Test. Test. Okay, we good. Inshallah. All right. I'm not going to rehash everything that I said already. I can't. It's right out of me. I'm not going to rehash everything. And so I can't say that again. I can't. It happened. It happened. It's gone. I want to say that if you weren't first, let me see who's here because I didn't see on the last one, and then we went through hell. Black Beauty, always a shout out to you. I'll shout people out and then I'll come back and read. Frankie, it's good to see you, brother. Big shout out to you. Original Jewess, a big shout out to you. Simply San. Simply, I found out just before I went live that I had a missed call from you, San. I think you're going to tell me you all made it safely. Maybe. Original Jewess, if I didn't shout you out already. And Golden Heart, big shout out to you. Frank, you say, I want you to look up a podcaster named Yash Kara at speaker.com or TikTok. Be easier. I don't have TikTok, Frankie. Um, so is that Speaker's Corner maybe? Speaker.com. All right, I'll look it up. Um, and let's see what else. All right. So I was making the tie up between this to show character and our circumstance of why white terrorism is and has always been the state of our affairs in this nation and across the diaspora. But I'm closely following the coup that has gone on in Niger. It's such a pivotal moment, everybody, especially if you weren't here for our last stream the other day, because the very thing that we need to happen is on the brink of happening. Maybe this will do something for our people here, maybe, but enough people aren't following it. You know, the very moment that this thing in Alabama was happening, the coup was going on. But everybody's focused on Alabama. You focused on the wrong thing. You feel me? And maybe if our people turn their head to what's happening on the continent and see what's happening, maybe that will inspire something even in the most feckless amongst us. Because Africa is the richest continent on planet Earth, everybody. And we're seeing exactly what we know is the characteristic of white people. We saw it in our many thriving black towns that we had across this country. Many of them are underwater now or have been built something else over them, or one, there's a dam that's over it. Central Park used to be one of our thriving black towns, and now it's Central Park. Everybody knows about Greenwood, Oklahoma. These are all indicative of white jealousy, white envy, white evil, white hate, white terrorism. I always tell you that the very emotion of jealousy is not a natural human emotion. It is a learned response from white people. And you won't believe that because you have been indoctrinated and believe that jealousy is something that you just have. How many times have I been around little children or animals, and the mother or the father, the parents or the owner of the animal, it's like if they get jealous of the other dog or she's jealous of the other baby, how's this baby jealous? There's no jealousy. There isn't. There is not. The natural instinct of the human soul is exactly the opposite of jealousy. Your next door neighbor gets a brand new Escalade. The natural human emotion is you're so excited for them. Because why wouldn't you be? Why, unless you hate them, then it's like anything that happens to them, nobody cares. But it wouldn't be jealousy. It's just like, fuck them. I don't care that happened for them. I don't care. I don't see it. I don't see it. But jealousy is not the instinct. That's a learned response from white people, because the only people that harbor this thing called jealousy is white people. And these towns that I'm just mentioning now and what's happening in Niger is exact demonstration of that. We had thriving towns, immaculate, beautiful. They can't produce anything that we do. Nothing. And that burns their ass. They're never going to say it out loud. I don't need them to. I don't need it. I know it. They're never going to say it out loud. So here you have the richest continent on planet Earth. Of course, they're going to demonize it and make it as if it's something that it's not. And they're going to try and control it and suppress it Because we can't have them be better than us. Because otherwise, every time they say that this is the most powerful nation, everybody will laugh at that, as they should. Just the Democratic Republic of Congo is, just forget Africa as a whole, which is the richest continent, but over even that is the Democratic Republic of Congo. It is the richest place on this planet known as Earth. Nothing richer. Nothing. Nothing. In fact, one of the videos I'm going to bring you, I hope that it's in this because I have so much stuff. And the brother is saying this, they could do 60 Dubais, you know, that the GDP of the Congo is something like $35 trillion. Just the Congo. Just the Congo. And so what's happening is what you saw in Alabama. White evil when they don't get their way. And now we're seeing France and the US. In fact, I think I should start with the most up to date. It was like 53 minutes ago at the time that I pulled it, saying that they were preparing their forces to invade Niger. And because for many decades, and then I'm going to bring in Her Excellency Arikana Chihomboikwa. I've got several pieces from her and some other people, but the gist is that we'll just, because we're mostly speaking about Niger, but this is insinuated in all of all of Africa. All of Africa. For instance, Nigeria borders Niger. And Nigeria is the largest producer of crude oil on the continent of Africa. Yet, their naira is worth nothing. That's their currency. It's worth nothing. Do you understand? And they don't produce anything from their raw materials. They export everything. So Nigeria is very poor, in quotations. There are no poor countries. They're just exploited countries by white people. Do you understand? And in my lifetime, I want to see it upside down, finally, the way it should be. White people on the bottom where they belong and black people on top. Just because that's the way God made it. Period. We're the people who are from this continent. We're the people on this continent. Allah has put these resources on our continent beneath our feet, so therefore they are ours to thrive on. Every place gets their thing, whatever it is, but we just have the most. As I always tell you, when you have more than one of anything, there's always a standout. And we are the standout. And it's time that we get our proper credit and our proper respect. When an African leader stands at the UN, when they have their UN bullshit, when anybody else speaks, they're all in the room with all their little headpieces on so they can get the translations. It's all there. As soon as an African leader stands up speaking, they turn that camera around and there's nobody in the room except for other African leaders. Like they won't even listen. You see? So we need to do unto others as they do unto us. Which means what we sing in Niger is they've already cut off all exports of uranium to France. And now France is in an uproar. Then the bastard, the Secretary of State, we're going to see him. They're all scrambling now, all the white people. And why I put terrorism in this also is because what they're effectively doing is terrorism. The people in Niger are happy about the coup. They're glad, yes, kick that puppet out, and now we have a military government that is here to do Pan-Africanism, to handle our shit, to turn it upside down, to enrich us, and launch a little something out to you at a very high price if we decide to. You see? So they're happy about it. So for you to have ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, which is just sellout ass Negroes, led by Tinubu. Can't remember his first name because nobody cares. He's 8,000 years old. 8,000 years old. They have told their black Sikkim dogs, you go and get those other niggers in order and reinstall our puppet. Uh, uh, I forget the bastard's name. Muhammad something. That was the puppet. And who thinks that they, like, the people are in the streets, like, celebrating and carrying Russian flags, like, we'll do business with Russia and Korea and China, but they're carrying that Russian flag. They've already denounced French as an active language in the countries. Do you understand? Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Guinea. Like, no more French right here. They want them out. Do you understand? And so the people are in the streets celebrating. So how you gonna come in and say we're restoring democracy? They're exposed now because even the most uneducated person could see they happy about who they got. So why are you putting somebody else in? That's like we go and take Joe Biden out and put in Bernie Sanders. You see, a lot of people would be happy about that. But Debbie Wasserman, bitch, pterodactyl looking ass, cocker spaniel ass bitch, and the DNC would not be happy with that. There's no military bases here from other nations, certainly not from Africa. So why do you have military bases in African countries? You see, white people have got to go. And what we understand is that when going back to Greenwood, Oklahoma, and all the other stuff that I named, what we should understand by now is we don't have any other choice but to be prepared for violence. Because when we articulate independence and we don't need your white ass, that jealousy, that white jealousy comes up and they got to start shit with you. So you got to be ready to exterminate their ass when they approach. You understand? They don't approach, they'll be good. But if you approach, it's going to be a problem. I played you and I'll play it again. The brother that said, PLO Lumumba, who said that I forget his terminology, but he was saying, yes, Africa needs a nuclear weapon because it's the only thing the West understands. I've been telling you that forever. Forever, 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 forever. So let me begin with this latest news, and we'll move from there. Kiara, I see you. A big shout out to you. Son, you say it's okay. We're here in Indianapolis. I did call you about the camel's milk. My niece, my sister's youngest daughter, is going to order the milk. Okay, so inshallah, it's so early, so I can call you. We can probably get it done. I could probably call you today, son. God willing. Share. Present. Share. See how much drama I have to go through? It says just one button. I'm done. This is it here. Because I need a tab, not a window or a screen. So this should be it. Okay. See this.
The ECOWAS chiefs of staff have now resolved to go ahead with a military intervention in Niger. When this meeting was postponed initially, many thought that they were trying to gauge the opinion of.
Now remember, this is ECOWAS. This is the Economic Community of West African States. These are your sellout ass Negroes who have been told by their white demon terrorists, you go in and attack Niger because we need to put this Mohammed bastard back in office, who is our puppet, who makes sure that when I told you the other day that in 2021 alone, they extracted $4.8 billion worth of uranium from Niger and gave them $1.9 million. That's the shit that goes on all across Africa. And sometimes you don't even get the 1.9 million. They take 4.8 billion with a B and give you 1.9 million. And there's other times that you don't get anything because they'll say, oh, we're sanctioning you. And for how you pay for these sanctions is you don't get anything for your resource, and they extract more shit. The white man is the devil, everybody. That's why I say this. It's this that I'm talking about, but it's a list of other shit that I can show and prove. This is a level of evil being articulated by these people that we won't see from anybody else on planet Earth. Nobody. Don't buy into this shit that everybody is the same and there's bad people in every race, and fuck all of that. None of that is true. They try and draw you into their pablum puking inferiority. Don't do that. We are greater by the will of Allah. We just are. Damn it. And we should be proud of that. Very proud. You know, it's interesting. You always hear white people screaming, we need to take our country back. From what, bitch? From what? What are you taking the country back from? You see, meanwhile, we're trying to take our whole continent back from your bitch ass. Because this doesn't just have implications for Niger and West Africa, everybody. This has implications for the world. It all changes. That's why it's important that Niger is the country in question, but Burkina Faso stepped up and said, we got Niger's back. Then Mali stood up and said, we got their back. Guinea stood up and said, we got their back. Usually when you have a coup, nobody steps up. That's how they killed off Gaddafi. They were, by the way, there were some people that tried to step up, and I couldn't find the video in our last sitting, that there was an airplane with six leaders on it or something like that, and they literally got a call telling them to turn the airplane around. You see, the white man is the devil. Because Gaddafi was doing what Niger, Burkina Faso, and the other countries I just named are doing now. Gaddafi was saying, we don't need their white ass. We don't need Britain. We don't need Europe or France. We don't need the United States. We need Portugal. We need none of these people. We have the actual resource to back up our own currency. So let's produce our own currency that will be for the whole continent, which means the dollar has no value here. And even now, we're seeing many African nations saying, no more dollar. I don't know what to tell you, but y'all need to start getting rid of them dollars because we're not doing that no more. We're not doing that. You see? And so that's why they killed Gaddafi off. But notice another thing about this white devil. Remember when they gave us Afghanistan? They said they were after Osama bin Laden. Then why did you have to destroy the entire country? Huh? When they were going after Saddam Hussein in Iraq. That's one dude. Why'd you have to destroy the entire country, claiming you were after one man? Same with Libya. You claimed you were after Gaddafi, but you destroyed the entire country. That's why I've said in the case of police brutality, we should flatten the fucking precinct. But more than that, we indict all white people for the crimes of all their people, not just here, but across the earth against our people. There are no good ones, because that's how they do. You mean nobody in Afghanistan was good? Everybody was a terrorist? Everybody in Iraq was bad? Everybody in Libya was bad? We can keep going. Vietnam, goddamn. Everybody was bad? The whole country had to go? So I'm cool with that. So all y'all white asses are bad. All of them. All of them. That's how black people need to live our lives. If you're one of these Negroes out there that thinks that they're good, and then this is not for you. Take your ass over to the other side. This is not for you. This is not for you. It is not for you. So this is what we see them doing. But this could have implications for the entire Earth because eventually, first of all, they don't have enough uranium, whatever their other sources are, and they're going to pay more because they can't just steal from these other places like they do from Africa. You're not going to take $4.8 billion worth of uranium from any other place and only pay $1 million for it. That's not happening. So France is going to pay more. All right. So this is going to put them in decline. Their whole society could collapse. We pray Allah this becomes a reality. Allahu Akbar. I promise you, I will run through the streets naked. I swear by Allah. Wallahi, I will do that. Wallahi, I will do that. You see? Then all the other white European countries, they start to fail, who depend on France for things. Everybody's going down. That's why this is important, because these other nations are standing with Niger. In previous coups, which we're not calling this a coup, because it's not a coup. Whatever you want to call it, it's not. This is a liberation of the people. It's a revolution. You understand? They give you coups, so it sounds like something nefarious and ooh. No, this was a good thing. The people wanted it, they welcomed it, and they're celebrating it. And so do we, goddamn. Do you understand? Let's hear this now. I'll try and shut up. Hear this report. What else do I want to say about this? So these are the sellout Negroes who are now meeting to carry out the will of massa, because the U.S. doesn't want to go in because they've got some tricky, sensitive things going on with Niger. And France is the main evil hand in all of this because it's one of their fucking francophone countries. They don't want to be seen as the ones going in first. Well, look, it's other black nations that's going after. Well, look, just like they put you some black-ass Negro up there like Tim Scott on Fox News or running for president on the Republican side and claiming there's no police brutality, there's no racism, white people are fine, there's no problem. This is their African counterpart. That's what this is. Do you understand? And sadly, they're getting out of cars and no nuclear devices going off. Just saying, but to hear the report and we'll talk about it.
The ECOWAS chiefs of staff have now resolved to go ahead with a military intervention in Niger. When this meeting was postponed initially, many thought that they were trying to gauge the opinion of ECOWAS people. But despite the opposition from the African Union, from the ECOWAS Parliament, from the Nigerian National Assembly, from the Ghanaian Parliament, from Nigerians living along the border with Niger, the ECOWAS chiefs of staff still insist that they will go ahead with a mobilization in preparation to invade Niger. This is coming after Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, called Tinubu for the second time.
That's the bitch, Anthony Blinken. That's who I was talking about. All right? And he called Tinubu. Tinubu is the fossilized bastard who we hope he croaks. He's 71, but he's African, which means he's probably got several more years, sadly. You can only hope. But hear this, I'll try to shut up. Shut up, Jedi.
Niger. This is coming after Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, called Tinubu for the second time since the coup in Niger happened.
That's the fossil. That's Tinubu. He is Nigerian. And they've also already cut off the electricity that they supply to Niger for this white devil. Your brothers in Niger are trying to come out from up under this white demon and have their nation prosper. You're in a shithole, and I'm going to show you another video where just today he's saying everything's gone up and we're in such a state. And well, shouldn't you be handling your own shit? Not only that, 30 of the 36 Nigerian states is under the rule of Boko Haram, which is basically CIA operatives installing terrorism and chaos, just to be clear. But you should be handling that. Why are you over in Niger? Trying to prevent them from having their own resource and benefit from that on behalf of this white demon. Why would you do that? Why? Why? You see? But there he is. And so we'll pick it up there where Blinken's white ass called him twice and said, go on.
This is coming after Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, called Tinubu for the second time since the coup in Niger happened. In that call, he told Tinubu to ensure that Bazoum, the former president of Niger, who was deposed by the military, he told...
That's the bastard they snatched up out of there. Bazoum. Mohammed Bazoum. That's the puppet bastard. That's his bitch ass right there. And Blinken, the white devil, is calling this fossil and saying, you get Bazoum back in there. Who cares if your country is totally collapsed now? Even though you're the biggest exporter of crude oil on the continent of Africa, and your bitch ass should be sitting in nothing but palatial mansions and gold and shit. No. Get over there and attack Niger, quick. Ugh. You see?
In that call, he told Tinubu to ensure that Bazoum, the former president
In
of
that call, he told Tinubu to ensure, the white master told, you better ensure that Bazoum is put back in power.
Niger, who was deposed by the military, he told him to ensure that Bazoum is released quickly. He also told him to ensure that Niger quickly gets back to democracy. Is this a way of telling Tinubu, hey, get on with it, invade Niger, chase the military away and restore Bazoum? If not, you know we've got your files. Whatever it is the United States wants in Niger, they've got servicemen stationed in their military base in Niger. Let them do the job. They should not involve ECOWAS. There's serious opposition against a military intervention in ECOWAS. Apart from the fact that the ECOWAS leaders do not have the authority to invade another man's country. You cannot fight illegality with illegality. Most of them have serious moral burdens. Most of them violated their constitutions in their different countries. And they want to preach to Niger about democracy. The grievances from Francophone countries against France is not out of the ordinary. They are simply tired of their overbearing attitude. How can France force the people of Niger and their government to deposit 50% of their reserves in France? Did the United Kingdom do it to any other country? Did they force any former colony to maintain a reserve in the United Kingdom? Why is France doing it? The economic chokehold on these people has become so unbearable. That's why they just want France to leave. Let them leave their country with their military men. They want to develop at their own pace. That's why they see the coup as a revolution against France. It's simply better for the United States to negotiate for their military base. They should leave France out of it. Let the people of Niger determine their future going forward. If they want to spend their entire lives under military rule, that's their business. It shouldn't concern outsiders. If they want to quickly get back to democracy within the shortest time, that's also their business. Let them solve their problems by themselves. Interestingly, the military in Niger have started serious mobilization. They are mobilizing people to join the military so that in any case they are invaded in the future, you are not talking about fighting against the military alone, you're also fighting private citizens who will be given quick training to join hands to defend their country against invaders. It's very funny looking at all the security challenges we have in Nigeria. Look at what happened in Niger State recently. And they are not talking about how to solve all these problems, and we want to go and solve another man's problem. How about charity beginning at home? A man whose house is on fire cannot be busy chasing rats. You can't solve your own problems and you want to solve another man's problem. It's not even a problem. The people you want to invade their country are telling you, no, we don't want you. We are okay. We are backing the Cupids. We are backing the revolutionaries. The persistence by Western countries that the military regime in Niger must restore Bazoum can only mean one thing. It is not about democracy.
Right.
It is about their interest.
Right.
Because it doesn't make any sense. The people they supposedly want to save are telling them, no, we like it this way. We support the military regime. That they want to achieve a total emancipation from France using the military. So why should anyone cry more than the bereaved? Besides, the West didn't react this way when their military struck in Burkina Faso, neither did they do so in Mali. So why is Niger different? The fact is, most Western countries see Africa as a place where you come to mine natural resources, that the people shouldn't be allowed to think for themselves, that any idea, whatever idea they want, they must impose it on Africans and they will take it hook, line, and sinker. They are averse to resistance. They don't like it when Africans say no.
Right.
When they make a deal with an African country and they
Another attribute about whites They don't like it when they don't get their way and you tell them no, or you dare to challenge them, whether it's just on your job, it could be a next door neighbor, it doesn't matter. This is an attribute of these people. My life experience has informed me of this truth. It is a fact. I'm not 21, I'm 19, but and I've lived all over this country and I've experienced them at every level. This is a constant. It is a constant. Go on.
Say, no, I don't want this deal. Go with your money. This is exactly what is happening in Niger today. These countries are just interested in mining resources. They don't want to add any value. Like in Congo, where they mine lithium, no one wants to set up a processing plant to manufacture the batteries locally. That's why in most of the countries where they mine these resources, you see the poorest of the poor. There is no development, no industry. They just sell raw materials, which some of their leaders will eventually steal the money and launder it back to the countries. So it's a double gain for some of these countries. They come and buy the raw materials, their leaders steal the money again and send it back to them to continue developing their countries. So the system benefits them more than it benefits Africans. They actively work with corrupt politicians in Africa to get whatever they want. They pay them any amount they want because they know that eventually that money will come back to their countries. So when you hear them say they are fighting for democracy in a particular country in Africa, this is actually what they mean. They are fighting to have a corrupt politician who will do their bidding. Otherwise, why don't they criticize?
Right, because white people don't care about democracy, not even in this nation. If they cared about democracy in this nation, Al Gore would have been president back in 2000. If they cared about democracy in this nation, Bernie Sanders would have been president in 2016 and or 2020. I mean, they don't care about democracy, everybody. They don't. This is why you don't have universal health care. This is why you don't have, why you have to pay taxes, or why you don't have a living wage, a guaranteed universal income. It's not about the people. You're being ruled by a evil, devilish entity. I say they are the jinn. I have a whole video here on the channel about the jinn. The jinn is spoken of in the Quran, and this is the civilization of beings that Allah created before mankind, and they still exist in the unseen realm and in the physical realm, and they can work evil against you or they can assist you. So that to me is white people. That's the jinn, but the evil class of the jinn. That's it. That's how I reconcile it, because Allah has said to mankind that He created every living thing. So the fact that they live, I have to acknowledge that. I have to. I don't have a choice. So how do I reconcile that? Well, they live. All right, well, then they're the jinn. You see? And righteousness and fairness is not something they're capable of. Not interested in it. Let's go on.
When you hear them say they are fighting for democracy in a particular country in Africa, this is actually what they mean. They are fighting to have a corrupt politician who will do their bidding. Otherwise, why don't they criticize politicians who violate the rules in a democracy? Yes, it makes a lot of sense that someone who is marketing democracy and fighting for the maintenance and sustenance of democracy in Africa will turn a blind eye when people violate the rules in a democracy. If you're on one hand telling people that democracy is the best form of government, that they should embrace it, why do you suddenly become dumb when people violate democratic rules? Yes, it's very important that all stakeholders work towards the sustenance of democracy. It's not the job of the opposition alone to obey the rules of democracy, while the party in power behaves as if they are lords over the others, that they were elected as kings to lord it over everyone. So when these countries fail to criticize and allow things to deteriorate to the level of military coup, they no longer have the morals to patronize us. They can't be talking to us about democracy when they fail to lend a voice to sustain democracy. They can't be seriously marketing a product that people don't derive benefits from. Democracy is supposed to come with dividends, but in most African countries, people don't see these dividends. And what is the type of democracy that is practiced in Cameroon? Many people born the past 40 years have only known one leader, Paul Biya. How can France support one man to be the president of Cameroon when he's not the king? And when a military coup happens in Cameroon tomorrow, they will say they are fighting to restore democracy. Restore what type of democracy? To an average Cameroonian, they are tired of this type of democracy. A democracy that can only produce one president all the time for multiple years. That's not a democracy. So the United States and France should just stop all the meddling, all the phone calls, all the pressure on ECOWAS leaders to invade Niger. They should just stop all these. Allow the people of Niger to determine their future their own way. Also, military invasion is very unpopular here. And going by the rules of democracy, you do not go against the wishes of the majority. Any forceful invasion of Niger will destabilize the entire region.
Right. So they see that the majority of the people are supporting this. So it's nothing for you to do but take your white ass home and sat down. You see? So it's not about democracy. It's about we can steal your shit from you like we've done for decades. And how dare you stand up and not want us to continue to rape your ass? It's it's that black and white, everybody. That's what this is all about. Our people have had it.
And lead to a massive humanitarian crisis. We hope that good reason will finally prevail. While the military junta in Niger is busy consolidating power, the Prime Minister believes that they can find ways to mitigate the sanctions. Niger is a massive landlocked country, and the closure of their southern borders by their neighbors must be hitting their economy hard. The people are definitely suffering. How long will the sanctions persist? With the ECOWAS leaders refusing to remove the sanctions as demanded by the military in Niger, and the military in Niger insisting that they would try Bazoum for treason, the future looks very bleak. Who will blink first, the ECOWAS leaders or the military in Niger? Thanks for watching.
Okay. That's one. Where's the bastard? Because I believe in my soul that as people know about this and it becomes successful, you know, and right there we're talking about the sanctions against Niger. So what? Because as soon as they begin to have, well, not only when they begin to have, for instance, Uganda has, I think it's Russia that is going to come in and they're going to build their nuclear, what do you call them? Power plants. So once Niger starts selling their gold, their oil, and their uranium to someone else at the value they should be getting, then the country is going to begin to rise. And Africans are very resilient. I mean, you're talking about a people that don't waste nothing. You feel me? Like, they use everything. You know, they're very resourceful. And many of us that grew up poor, you have a better way of making things work than somebody who's just had it easy all their damn life. You understand? So, And they're willing to make the sacrifice. They are not an impatient people like the American society. They are willing to pay the price to get to that place down the road. They know it's coming, and they're willing to put in the work for that. So these sanctions mean nothing. And they will rise before Nigeria rises, because obviously Nigeria has that bitch for the little fossilized little fucker who was doing the bidding of the white demon. You understand? Gonna attack your brother. Already cut off electricity. And the river Niger is where the electricity comes from. It's just because the lack of infrastructure in Niger. Nigeria is the one that produces electricity. So they share it with Niger. And they cut it off. I mean, you know, and then you got all kinds of, but they do cross-border trading. There's families. They have relationships. They do business and stuff like that. And all those trucks and people, just regular vendors, big producers and things like that, they're all at the borders. Like, we can't do nothing. Some of them have family over there, wives, husbands, children. You understand? It's, I mean, they're and all of that you're interrupting so that the white man can come in and continue to rape these people and keep them poor. We have to wish death upon you. We have to. We're gonna wish that he lives a long life and it's all fine? No. We wish death upon you. This is our prayer. This is our righteous prayer. Now, I'm going to be a little out of order just because of how I have to do this logistically. So we're going to now, is this it?
France is never leaving.
No, but we'll do this. There's a few clips here of Her Excellency, and then you're going to hear, because you're going to see an interview with her, but I want you to see this because this is when she's fiery. And we need that fire. This is Her Excellency Arikana Chiomboikwa. And remember, she used to be the African Union's ambassador to the United States for about 5 minutes. Because she's a truth teller. And, of course, some white devil somewhere on high was like, no. Get rid of her. And we see, and we've known that there are black puppets in Africa, instead of the African Union saying, no, that's our ambassador, you deal with her or not. Because meanwhile, America sends bitches to Ghana. Remember I brought you the story where they sent to the embassy in Ghana, and there they were raising the fucking gay flag in somebody else's country. You said so you need to stand firm and say, this is our ambassador, take it or leave it. But there's still the white glow that goes on for many of our people on the continent, and that's a damn shame. All right, I got to bring you in so you can see these clips. Share. Okay, what is the clip? Yeah. Okay, share. 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 Okay. A few snippets of her.
They also said your language of instruction shall be French, whether you like it or not.
Your language of instruction shall be French, whether you like it or not. Just in case you didn't hear that. Go.
France will have military presence in your country, that your military can only be trained by France, that you can only buy military equipment from France, that you cannot have any military alliance with your neighbor, and that in the event of war, your allegiance is only to France. France said, you see, you monkeys, you don't know how to manage your money. We're going to demand that you deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Minister of Finance. Under the French Central Bank, under the control of the French Minister of Finance. France is then going to take your 85% bank deposits from each and every one of you. Deposit those funds in the French stock market under the French name. And you may or may not know the return. Some people who have the audacity to tell us that we are a poor country.
Not independent.
Oh, wait.
Independent.
One other thing that France did between 1958 and 1961 in the name of giving us our independence as African countries. France forced the Francophone, and I hate that terminology. There is no such thing as Francophone, Anglophone. They made it up. But for the purposes of communication, I will use that. 14 of those countries, they said, in order for you to get your independence from us, you must sign this document. You thought they could have found a better name for the document.
Listen.
The document was called the Pact for the Continuation. I repeat, the Pact for the Continuation of Colonization.
I brought you that.
We are talking about giving you independence, but sign this pact for the continuation of colonization in a different format. And I'm going to highlight some of those issues that they said you must agree to if you are going to be independent. Hello.
In countries.
First, France said, you see, you monkeys, you don't know how to manage your money. We're going to demand that you deposit 85% of your bank reserves with the French Minister of Finance. Under the French Central Bank, under the control of the French Minister of Finance. France is then going to take your 85% bank deposits from each and every one of you. Deposit those funds in the French stock market under the French name. And you may or may not know the returns. Today, as we speak, the latest figures are saying for every 14 billion that France invests in the stock market from Africa, they are realizing upwards of 300 billion in return. Every year in, year out, because of these deposits from the African countries, France is taking out of Africa over $500 billion. Now figure it out. For every 14 billion, the returns on the investment are over 300 billion, and they are taking over 500 billion. So in actuality, France is taking out of Africa trillions of dollars year in and year out. From us poor people, Africans. Back to the pact. So should you want to access some of your money that you have deposited with France, you have to submit your country's financial returns. And if approved, you get to get it as a loan. You can only access up to 20% of your money year in, year out. As a loan at commercial interest rates. Your own money.
As
Your own money.
that it's doing.
That all your minerals discovered, yet to be discovered, all your oil discovered, yet to be discovered, France and French companies have the first right of refusal. If there's anything left over that the French companies do not want, your people might have. To this day. They said you will only use the currency that we created for you because you're special Africans. We call it the CFA. There was the Central African CFA and the Western African CFA, same animal. And that France is the only one that can print it for you. 1958. Fast forward. They're still printing it for us. And if you start misbehaving, they just stop printing your money. And your country's in trouble.
All across Asian.
They also said your language of instruction shall be French, whether you like it or not. that France will have military presence in your country, that your military can only be trained by France, that you can only buy military equipment from France, that you cannot have any military alliance with your neighbor, and that in the event of war, your allegiance is only to France. And furthermore, because they have military presence in your country, they can invade you without notice should they feel that the interests of France in your country are being violated.
That's where we're at now.
Fast forward, 2019, nothing has changed. The same people who have the audacity to tell us that we are poor countries, they are taking trillions out of Africa every year. The African leaders haven't done anything about this deplorable situation. Well, let me tell you, my brother and sister, they have tried. Documented to this day, 22 coups where leaders were assassinated. France had something to do with it. The first 7, when they decided they were pulling out of the CFA and that they're going to print their own money, they were assassinated. Every time an African leader has tried to do what's best for their country, they were assassinated. Majority of them aided by France. It's a known fact. And then others, they were just mercenaries who felt that when there was a natural resource discovered in one country, they wanted to create a coup. So while the country is thrown into a civil war, they're siphoning the natural resource. We know of one particular story that had we not known about it, it would have been, oh, there we go again, the Africans. In about 25 years ago, a group of young, rich white kids were...
Thank you very much for watching. Let me know what you think, and I'll see you again in the next.
Well, have you ever ordered of me?
All right. By the way, I was looking in my thing. I thought I had some French currency from when I was in Senegal, you guys, but I don't. I only have Gambian money. I thought I had some French bullshit, but I don't. Before I go to my next clip, let me see anybody that have not shouted out. Shoni, a big shout out to you. Angeline R, big shout out to you. Brian Simpson, big shout out to you, brother. On Code, big shout out to you. Say, I don't blame nobody else but the Africans. They should be in control of their own destiny. Well, they haven't been able to be. So we're not going to just blame Africans. One Code, you're probably a white devil. That's why you're saying that. And you're not listening to the information that I'm putting forth. And you haven't done any study before you saw this video today. So you need to go and learn so you don't make erroneous statements that aren't based in fact or actuality. Understand that. You go on to say, by now, instead they keep pandering to these cave apes by allowing them into their business for money. It's more complicated than that. It's more nuanced. Do you understand? And this is the perfect contrast that I'm making, because you see what's happening in Nigeria with the bastard who Blinken called and said, you get over there and attack Niger. You see, a lot of these leaders are compromised and greed seekers and things like that. So there is some blame to be put on the leadership, but then not so much, because Her Excellency just cited for you 22 coups that have been executed since the 1960s. And many of those are not just the coup, it's the murder of the current leader. There's only a coup if there's somebody in there that's serving their country. They want a puppet in there, you see? And so you have people that are reluctant to step up because they're definitely going to be killed off. You have the first leader of the Democratic Republic of Congo who was elected by the people, Patrice Lumumba, Rahim of Allah, was assassinated just a few months into his presidency. You see, this is the type of thing that's going on. This is why this is so important, because Niger has bucked up and said, no more white devil, not right here. But what makes this different and unique and inspirational, because he's got three other countries that are backing them up, saying, nah, you mess with Niger, we gon' tap that ass too. Usually they've been left out there alone. That's what makes this so different. So listen, you understand? Don't just be so quick to blame your own damn people. You always start with giving your people the benefit of the doubt. Always do that. Do you understand? Even as Muslims, it is built into our way of life. It is part of the Sharia, the law of God. Another Muslim, when you see they may have done something dusty, you give them the benefit of the doubt first. You assume good intention first. You see? So we need to do that as a people. No, that's another melanated person. I got to give them the benefit of the doubt. Especially if they're dealing with this white devil. Look at the devil first. Then look at your brother or your sister. Miss Gretson, shout out to you and good evening. 40 Shorty, big shout out to you. Good to see you. Yeah, thumbs up, everybody. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. If 3 other countries can back up Niger, y'all can thumbs up a damn video. It's just your thumb. That's it. J9, big shout out to you. And then Frankie, you say shit. They let white man come and do what they want. They do. In many cases, you see. Plus, as a people, we are too nice. You understand? We're too nice. But many of our people on the continent are waking up and understanding, wait, these people are the devil. They're the devil. Nothing but bad flows from them. Nah. You feel me? They haven't, many of them haven't, and probably won't ever get to the level of vitriol that somebody like me would have, because I live in their nation under their bullshit. And they live on the continent. They don't have constant, these people constantly in their world and in their universe, in their orbit, you see. So they're more likely to be embracing, for lack of a better term. And Frankie says, be mad at the past leaders. Yeah, we are. And they just handed Africa to white folks and trying to do it again. That's what this whole thing with the ECOWAS, the little turd that I have showed you, and we're going to see him again in a minute here. You literally trying to hand the shit back over to this white demon, over your brother, a whole sister country. And Niger has the largest, there's several countries that border Niger because it's a landlocked country. It's actually the largest country in Africa, unbeknownst. I didn't know that. But most of it is taken up by the Sahara, so it doesn't really get its credit. But its largest border with any other country is with Nigeria. And you want to try and act against them on behalf of this white devil that don't even live on your continent? And we found out that this little turd, Tinubu, who is heading up ECOWAS, used to be part of the mafia in Chicago, bitch. Was like a drug runner or something. I mean, don't do it. Don't do it. Patricia, or Practical Fitness. You say pact for colonization, for independence. How though? It was actually pact for the pact for continued colonization. I don't know if you were doing a word play. Khalifa of the Most High. Assalamu alaikum, good to see you, brother. Donna Davis, Donia Davis. Big shout out to you, Queen. Greetings, Jedi. I was thinking of you the other day. Well, I'm pleased to know that. Bring it out, the truth. Say it how it is. Akulu kaulan sadida. Yes. Now, let us come to another one. Oh, well. Okay, let's go to the turd now, because why not? This is the turd. This is today. 5 hours ago now, but there he is. Wait,
food and other prices.
there he is, carrying out the orders of massa and trying to attack a whole nother country that you don't even need to have your nose in. But here's what's happening in his own country of Nigeria. Let's see this. Where? I don't love this setup. I'm not loving this. I'm going to try this. Let me see if I hate that now. Come on! Alright, let's just play it. Hear this. This is the turd. This is the chairman from Nigeria. He is the chairman of ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States. Their whole thing is, their mission statement is to be into the economics of West African countries, to cultivate that. You understand? And so why are you being involved in whole takeovers of neighboring countries? You see, you're supposed to be staying in your own damn lane. I hate that. That's too big. Can I change it while I'm on? Yeah, because I'm too big. All right, fine. We'll go with that. All right.
Well has gone up. Food and other prices.
Wait.
Well has gone up. Food and other prices
Everything has gone up. He's addressing Nigeria.
have followed it. Households and businesses struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face.
Meanwhile, I understand the hardship you face, but you're not trying to do a damn thing about it. You should be kicking this white demon out of Nigeria, starting refineries of your crude oil in Nigeria, so that you could sell your shit and raise your country to look like, make Dubai look like a fruit stand. You understand? But so why, at the same time you're prosecuting this thing for the white devil, your country is going to shit, and now he's on there saying, I know what you're going through, and it's just all so terrible, and it's just all, oh my God.
Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
But there's not.
My people.
Wait. I love this brother too, y'all. I love him so much. But I want to hear what this brother is saying, or what this bastard is saying. Oh, I called him a brother. Ooh. Nurse! Wait. But his commentary is kind of good in between, because he is Nigerian, and he kind of gives you clarity on some things. So let's just see that too, because I think there's value. There's value. Wait now. Let's get past the fossil. All right, the end part of the fossil and then into the brother.
You face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
There's not.
Honestly speaking, he shock. He don't shock. Every Nigerian person, whether big or small, whether poor or rich, whether Christian or Muslim, whether north, east, west or south, everybody is on the run. Honestly, it don't reach make I laugh, because fella sang it in the song, say it don't reach make I laugh, not to look and they laugh, because when they talk am, Nigerians no one listen. Oh yes, but what can we do? You remember that recently, when the campaign of all eyes on the judiciary starts, these people sleep come out for their eyes. Sleep come out for their eyes. And you know what? They dismantled it. They disbanded the advertising agency and the rest of them.
The federal government's recent decision to disband the Advertising Standard Panel, ASP, is causing a wave of discontent across Nigeria. This decision comes hot on the heels of the contentious All Eyes on the Judiciary billboards that sprang up across states and the Federal Capital Territory, leading to a cascade of concerns. Frank Shaibu, the Special Assistant in Public Communications to Atiku Abubakar, has denounced the billboard's destruction as a blatant manifestation of President Bola Tinubu's authoritarian tendencies and an assault on freedom of expression. Shaibu asserts that the incident accentuates the argument for concluding election cases in court before questionable election victors assume office. He raises the pertinent question of how a simple message like "all eyes on the judiciary" can be misconstrued as a societal threat. Adding fuel to the fire, the suspension of the director and deputy director overseeing the ASP regulations and dissolution of the ASP secretariat have triggered shockwaves nationwide. The government justifies this drastic move, accusing the ASP of falling short in its fundamental role as watchdog of advertising, advertisements, and marketing communications. Furious citizens across Nigeria are rejecting this decision as the government alleges that the billboard sponsors engaged in blackmail against the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, PEPT. Consequently, the government has ordered their removal and imposed penalties on those who defy this order.
The team come begin to choke them. Don't drop like say.
We don't need all of it, but all of that in Nigeria while you are trying to carry out the handiwork of this demon. I mean, I can't. Let's contrast that now. This would be a good time to bring this one in. Let's contrast that, because I've introduced you to Ibrahim Traore, who is the president of Burkina Faso. He is the youngest leader on earth. Like, there's no other country or nation that has somebody as young as him. He is the youngest one on the continent of Africa. He's the youngest one on the earth. That should tell you something about leadership. Do you understand? But he was addressing the youth of Burkina Faso, because they have agreed now and committed themselves to having the back of Niger. And so look at how he handled this. Just everything about it. Where is my brother? I don't think this is it. No. You got to see that too, but that ain't it. Oh my God. Haha. Is this it? Allahu Akbar. This is our beautiful brother. I'm going to go through it because he speaks French, sadly. He's also Muslim. And, but I'll stop it so we can read it because he's speaking in French. But notice his demeanor and the words he's saying. This goes to what On Code was saying, you know, that look how this brother, he's preparing this nation now, you know, because he came to power proxy by coup in Burkina Faso. But this is an understanding that you now have to build a nation. You gotta build this nation. And just hear what he's got to say, man. And then I'll do my, let's see, Burkina Faso. This is Ibrahim Traore speaking to, well, the title of it says, Burkina Faso leader to Africa's youth. We must reclaim our gold to be our own El Dorado. I don't know if they meant gold or goal. They said gold, but I think they meant L-E, not D. Doesn't matter. Hear the beautiful words. We celebrate this day in a rather particular context.
Donc cette journée dans un contexte un peu particulier, comme
as the previous speakers have pointed out,
les prédécesseurs l'ont signifié, ce contexte
a context of conflict.
de conflit. Ce conflit que
This conflict, which we describe as the
nous
violent,
qualifions que autre chose que la manifestation
as the violent, barbaric manifestation of imperialism,
violente, barbare de l'impérialisme, du néocolonialisme,
neocolonialism, and slavery
de l'esclavage qu'on tend à nous imposer
continues to
aujourd'hui.
impose on us today.
Ce que nous avons qualifié
What we have described it as terrorism. Because it is. We're trying to get about the business of our own shit, and you want to come in and insinuate that's terrorism. That's terrorism. So France, the AU and or the EU and America, they give you Boko Haram, they give you Hamas, they give you ISIS, they give you all that shit, and they're all part of that too. That's exactly what they are. They are terrorists on the earth, and that's what they're doing to these nations. Let's go on. He said they continue to impose on us today
ce que nous avons qualifié
what we have described as terrorism.
terrorisme. C'est dans ce sens
In this sense,
que lorsque nous prenons par exemple
when we take the example of gold
le
panning,
volet de l'orpaillage, votre thème en dit
a subject that speaks volumes about employability of young people in rural areas.
sur l'employabilité des jeunes en milieu rural. Beaucoup de nos
Many of our young people today can be found at artisanal production sites. That's important. I want to break that down because I have knowledge of that. This is knowledge converging. So I wouldn't know what that meant or that choice of words if I didn't know this. Because you have in all across Africa, you will see when they're at the mines, you see a lot of young boys and children digging at these mines. They call them artisanal to hide the identity that they're children. Do you understand? The big corporations that are mining the shit and everybody else that looks the other way. That's what that is. They call them artisanal workers or artisanal mining and things like that, but it's basically children getting in there and working. And it's, I mean, I can't do it. Anyways,
en milieu rural. Beaucoup de nos jeunes se retrouvent aujourd'hui sur les sites artisanaux de production. Dans des conditions
under the most arduous conditions.
Ils sont les plus pénibles.
And it
C'est
is.
peut-être-
Sometimes they've had mines collapse on them, and I mean, it's everything. Perhaps this is what was happening in Europe or America in the 1800s. He's likening it to slavery.
Peut-être ce qui s'est passé en Europe ou en Amérique dans les années 1800, lorsque les
When men entered the tunnels and dug out the ore
hommes
themselves.
rentrent eux-mêmes dans des galeries, qu'ils creusent eux-mêmes pour sortir le minerai, nos jeunes continuent de vivre
Our
cela,
young people continue to live
au péril de
this
leur vie.
at the risk
Nous
of their
essayons
lives.
aujourd'hui de moderniser
Today we are trying to modernize a little.
un peu. C'est à l'issue de ça
As a result, we've created a company
que nous avons créé donc la Sonaspe, une société qui va se permettre de pouvoir
that will allow us to exploit and market
exploiter et de commercialiser nos substances
our precious substances, particularly gold.
précieuses, notamment l'or. L'or que les
The gold that young people mine.
jeunes exploitent, que d'autres personnes
Other people come and buy at cheap
viennent
prices.
acheter à vil prix et qui contribuent
And that helps to fuel the
à
terrorism
nourrir le terrorisme qui sort du pays.
that leaves the country without us having any control, that leaves the country without us having any control.
Et sans que nous n'ayons aucun contrôle, nous avons
We've decided to create this company to try to regain control of our mining sites
décidé de créer cette société pour essayer de reprendre le contrôle de nos sites miniers et pouvoir permettre
and enable young people working there
aux jeunes qui y sont de produire de façon
in a more mechanized and respectable way. That's important what he's saying too, because when you see like the DRC, the Republic of Congo, and other places across Africa, when they out there at the mines, they always give you that there are people, that there's factions fighting over the mines and for control of minerals as if it's just them. What happens is they give these soldiers drugs. There's a video, I hope I can find it, where the brother's talking about they give them this that basically turns them into a robot. They're killing machines. They give them a little bit of money, and those are the people keeping the money flowing for the white devils. And so people that we are fighting people. We've never laid down and took anything, everybody. That's the part that gets hidden about our history, even in this nation. We fought, goddammit. But you have fighters that come and they know that's some bullshit, and they want to get rid of those ones that are protecting these resources for the white devil that's going out of their country. But when they tell it on white media, it seems like we don't have no hand in it. That's just them fighting. You understand? And none of that is true. And so he's saying we want to create this in a more mechanized and respectable way.
plus mécanisée et plus respectable. Parce que cette lutte
This fight we are waging today against terrorism
que nous avons aujourd'hui contre le terrorisme ne se fait pas
is not only waged with weapons,
uniquement par les armes, mais également par le
but also with development.
développement. Tant que la jeunesse
As long as young people have no,
n'aura pas d'emploi, elle sera toujours
they will always be tempted
tentée d'aller vers là où c'est facile
to
d'avoir
go where it's easy to get money.
de l'argent. Et c'est ça aussi.
And this, too, we must fight. That's people leaving the continent. When you hear about migrants on boats and it capsized and several hundred of them were killed and they were trying to make it to wherever because they don't, their resources are not being, they're not having value added to the resource because of people like fucking France taking $4.8 billion out of your shit and giving your country $1 million. You don't got no job, you don't got nothing, so they just feel like, well, I just have to go someplace else. And that's what he's speaking to here. And he says, this too we must fight.
C'est qu'il faut combattre.
Remember, this brother is 34 years old.
C'est le lieu pour moi
I'd like to pay
de rendre hommage donc à tous ces jeunes
to all the young people who, as volunteers,
qui se sont engagés sans état d'âme,
committed themselves without second thought,
comme VDP, qui sont aujourd'hui
and who are today in the field, in the rain,
sur le terrain, sous la pluie, sous la brume, dans la
in the fog, in the mud,
boue, partout où on les demande
where they are asked to go,
de partir,
wherever they're
ils se
asked to
battent
go. They are fighting on the ground to try to
sur le terrain
reclaim
pour essayer de récupérer nos terres et donner donc à
our land and thus give this country what we call territorial integrity.
À ce pays, ce qu'on appelle l'intégrité territoriale. Et chacun à son niveau
And each of us, at our own level,
doit donc pouvoir aussi,
unless we can pick up a Kalashnikov,
par défaut de prendre la Kalachnikov,
which I don't know what a Kalashnikov is, let us learn. Let's ask the white whore. What is a Kalashnikov?
According to Britannica, AK-47, also called Kalashnikov
Okay.
model 1947,
It's a chopper.
an
It's
assault
some
rifle,
heat.
possibly the most widely used
It's
shoulder weapon in the
AK-47.
world.
He says unless we can. Okay, so we'll go back and hear it in context of the statement. They applause.
et chacun à son
Each of us at our own
niveau
level,
doit donc pouvoir aussi, par défaut de prendre la
unless we can pick up a GAT or AK-47,
Kalachnikov, prendre autre chose,
must be able to pick up something else to help develop the homeland.
pour participer au développement de cette patrie. Et ça, nous comptons
And for that, we can only count on you, the youth.
que sur vous les jeunes. Je disais tout de suite
I immediately informed the
donc
sponsor
au parrain et à la marraine que j'allais
that I was going to force the hand
forcer la main à ces grands opérateurs
of the country's major economic operators.
économiques du pays. Et je pense que certains
And I think some of them are here. Get ready.
sont là. Donc apprêtez-vous. On va vous forcer.
We're going to force your hand to create initiatives. He's challenging now the youth, saying, this is on you too. This is our moment. Do you understand? This is about our homeland. I'm challenging you to get on board. We have to do this. We're going to force your hand to create initiatives
La main pour créer des initiatives donc pour les jeunes.
for young people.
Nous avons donc lancé l'APEC
We launched APEC
dans ce sens-là
to help create what we refer to as our businesses,
pour permettre de créer ce qu'on appelle nos entreprises que nous voulons mettre
which we intend
sur
to put in
place.
place.
Parce que nous le disons,
Because, as we ourselves say, it is inconceivable
c'est inconcevable que nous
that
puissions
we
ici
can
produire
produce tomatoes here
de la tomate et que nous aimons
and yet we import tomato paste. It's inconceivable that we produce tomatoes here and yet import tomato paste. And this is what's happening in so many African countries. You know, in the case of Nigeria, they ship out all their oil and they have to buy petroleum products, but you just sent out the raw material. That's like I go to the store and I buy all the shit for a cake, or I have it, I grow it, or whatever. But I'm gonna go to the next door neighbor and go, can you make my cake for me? But I give them the fucking cake practically. And then they sell the cake back to me. I'm buying cake that I have all the shit. I got the flour, I got the baking powder, I have it all. But why are you buying cake, Jedi? You have all the shit. We see you have everything for cakes. What? You see? But this goes on in so many African countries where they have to, you have Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. We could own chocolate on earth. We already do. But we're sending out the raw material. So that's why it was important last year, whenever it was, when I brought you the president of Ghana standing in front of the Swiss bitch saying, we not giving you our raw cocoa no more, bitch. We want to start producing chocolate in our own country. What? They didn't like that at all. Because it's not in their favor. And I already told you, when white people don't get their way, they fucking throw a hissy fit. From their children to their adult to their leaders. It doesn't matter. This is an attribute of white people. So he's saying it's inconceivable that we produce tomatoes and yet we import tomato paste.
important de la pâte de tomate. C'est absurde que
It's absurd that we have all the oil seed here
nous avons tous les produits oléagineux ici et que nous ne puissions pas
and we can't process them.
les transformer. Nous avons lancé
We've launched this and I invite you to support it.
cela et je vous invite à souscrire massivement
Support it massively because
parce que nous allons créer nos entreprises ici sur place et développer. Certes,
we're going, of course, imperialism may try to
des esprits impérialistes pourront essayer de vous détourner de leur
distract you from your goal. Goes back to what I said already. You know, soon as you get independent or you trying to do something for yourself, here come their white ass. He's calling it imperialism. I'm calling it their white ass. You understand? Same thing. Same devil, same evil. We're talking about the same thing. He's saying imperialism may come in and try to distract you from the goal.
objectifs, mais
But listen,
écoutez, visez loin,
aim far, aim very far.
visez très loin, réfléchissez et voyez
Think about it and see what
ce
we
qu'on
can
va
do.
faire. Parce que le combat que nous menons,
The
ce n'est
fight
pas
we're
uniquement pour le
waging
Burkina
is not
Faso,
just for
mais c'est un
Burkina
combat
Faso,
pour
it is a fight for the whole of Africa. Allahu Akbar.
toute l'Afrique. Il est temps qu'on se
The time has come for us to wake up
réveille et que nous ne soyons plus amenés à
and not be driven to cross the ocean to die
traverser l'océan, à mourir pour aller chercher
in search of the much touted El Dorado.
l'Eldorado tant vanté. On peut le créer ici.
We can create it here.
Mettez-vous au travail
Get to work, and I believe it is possible.
et je pense que c'est possible.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That brother is everything. Everything.
Okay, let me ask you honestly.
Now, we need to go back to Her Excellency. Let me detour to come over and see if anybody else is, what you're saying. Original Jewish, you say, I'm sure you heard about the movie The Blind Side. I know of it, but I never saw that. The couple are being sued by Michael. Something because they put all his 90 and legal authority for all decisions in their name. I don't know what I just read, Original US. Brian, you say despicable. I love that choice of words. US, you say not shocking, it's their nature. Artisanal is just like when they called other native people flora and fauna and fauna. Son, I appreciate you, Jedi. For educating me on this part of Africa. I didn't know any of this. Allahu Akbar. Thank you for that, son. This is why the Jedi speaks. I've told you guys since you know me. That's why I'm here. I want to move my people, but I also want you to be educated. Anything that I speak on, that's why I'm very careful. If I don't know something, I tell you I don't know. I don't know. But this is the path to wisdom. Is a wise man knows what he doesn't know and is not afraid to admit that. Because then once you learn it, I just add it to my coffers of knowledge. Now what? Oh, now I know that now too. But now I'm the smartest person in the room. Most places I go. But I don't have a monopoly on that. I've said that over the years, and I've also been trying to lead by example and have my people to take that into their own lives. This is how you grow knowledge. But I also tell you knowledge to equal action. Don't just gather up a bunch of shit and now you're not using it and activating it in your everyday life. Knowledge equals action. Thank you for that song. Thank you. All right, so we got that one. I should delete these so I don't get myself twisted up. I did that one. Kina, that's the one we just saw. Allahu Akbar. Okay, this we have to see. Because I've been telling you about Guinea. And also the value of this too is that this is a woman who is proclaiming. And they there to say, we stand with Niger. Don't come right here in strong terms. It's not, I mean, like, this is, you, let's do this. And we have to read it because she also is sadly speaking French. I'm over it. Okay, you need to, this is West Africa demands. You need to come over here. Percent. West Africa demands. Bring you in. This is Guinea. Now, I don't know who she is. My bad.
Depuis le 26 juillet
Since 26 July of this year, the people of Guinea,
2023, le peuple de Guinée, à sa tête le Comité national
headed by the National Committee of Reconciliation and Development, the CNRD, that's some Guinea organization, the people of Guinea, headed by blah blah blah.
national du Rassemblement pour le Développement, CNRD, suit avec
All right, she's Colonel Aminata Diallo. She's a spokesperson for this CNRD of Guinea. And she's saying that they've been following with great interest. The people of Guinea, represented by the CNRD, have been following with great interest since 20 whatever of this year
beaucoup d'intérêt l'évolution
the development of the socio-political
de la
situation
situation sociopolitique en République
in our sister republic of Niger,
sœur du Niger, qui a conduit à
which has resulted in the assumption of responsibility. We've been following it, and what we've seen has resulted in the assumption of responsibility, knowledge equaling action.
la prise de responsabilité
It resulted in the assumption of responsibility
par le Conseil
by the CNRP. The first one was CNRD or something. Now this by the National Council of Safeguard of the Fatherland.
national pour la sauvegarde de la patrie, CNSP. Les autorités
The Guinean Authority pay tribute to the brave people of Niger
guinéennes rendent un hommage aux braves populations du Niger pour leur sens
for their strong sense of patriotism and salute the Republican spirit
élevé de patriotisme et salue l'esprit républicain et la maturité
and the maturity of the defense and security forces
des forces de défense et de sécurité qui ont privilégié
who put their nation's interests first, unlike the bastard in Nigeria.
l'intérêt supérieur de leur nation en choisissant
By choosing to come together to find solutions for Niger's problems.
de se réunir pour trouver ensemble des solutions aux problèmes nigériens. Le CNRD
The CNRD remains convicted, which she's the colonel of, and they remain convicted that convinced that
reste
the new
convaincu que les nouvelles autorités mettront
authorities will do everything in their power to guarantee stability.
tout en œuvre pour garantir la stabilité et la concorde
and harmony in Niger and the sub-region. So they've given honor to the people of Niger, and they're now expressing their confidence in the new leadership. Like, we know y'all got this. We know that we good. We know you're good. We support that. We like just reaping support upon them. You understand? And harmony in Niger and the sub-region.
au Niger et dans la sous-région. Les mesures de
sanctions advanced by ECOWAS, which the fucking little turtle is over, the little bastard in Nigeria. Sanctions advanced by ECOWAS,
préconisées par la CEDEAO,
including military intervention, which I just showed you the video where they're now convening to get ready to strike, including military intervention, are not options that can be a solution. Are not options that can be a solution. In other words, they have no validity and mean nothing. They can't be options. They can't be solutions, I mean.
qui ne saurait être une solution aux problèmes
to the current problems, but would lead to a human disaster. Because what else are you going to do? I already gave you the example of Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya. So this military government that took over, by the way, they were the supreme guard of the fucking puppet dude. It's always the ones closest to the president that's got to take their bitch ass out. I love it. Years ago, when Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, you know, the media is evil when run by white devils. And so white devil media had showed some footage that made it look like Chavez his people had done something violent, and then that military that surrounds him took him out of power and brought in the new dude and was guarding him. Boom. Then the real footage came out that showed that no, it wasn't Chavez at all. It was the other fuckers, and they're trying to make it look like it was Chavez. Didn't that same military snatch up that new dude, get him out of there, and airlifted Chavez back in and reinstalled him in power? Allahu Akbar. So that's just one example, but what I just gave you about Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. So are we to believe now that they're going to go in, because they were going and just destroy the country? You don't need, remember they claimed they got Osama bin Laden, even though he was dead in 2006, so Obama was lying when he said they got him. That's the whole thing. Benazir Bhutto, the woman who was elected in Pakistan, let that out just like casually, and it was like, what? Anyway, when they claimed they got Osama bin Laden, they sent in SEAL Team 6. So in a covert operation that no human could know about, and it was very secretive, and it's not seen by humanity. So you can't do that shit when you need to take somebody out of power. You got to go and destroy the entire country. And remember, America has a standing army in fucking Niger, and so does France. So, although some of the French troops were leaving, but America is trying to keep its powder dry because they have the largest drone base on earth is in Niger. $100+ million base for drones in Africa, in Niger. So hopefully our brothers are getting to that site and making things happen that I don't want to get into. To the current problems, but it will lead to a human disaster. It will be, because what are you going to do? These guys are not leaving, and in Niger, they're standing firm, and Burkina Faso is standing firm with them. Mali is standing firm with them, and I got the colonel right here telling you we're gonna stand with them too. So what? They not by themselves. You got backup. They got homeboys. You see? But let's go on. It will lead to a human disaster. This bullshit, these sanctions and military action would lead to a human disaster, whose consequences could extend far beyond Niger's borders. Yes, because it'll put all of West Africa in turmoil. Listen, my country, Gambia, is in West Africa, everybody. And Gambia is surrounded by Senegal, which happens to be one of these fuckhole countries that fucking France it still has colonization over. That's why I was trying to find my French money, because that's what I was using in Senegal before I went to the Gambia. So I'm also looking at this from a personal standpoint of view as far as what it means for my re-entrance when I go back home to the Gambia. What does this mean? So They need to contain this shit. And I showed you there was already fighting that broke out in Senegal because there's another leader that they were trying, that the people were going to elect to power. Usman, I forget his last name, Sonko, just Usman. And the White Devils already sent in somebody to scandalize him, put some erroneous charge on him, make it ineligible for him to run, and the people were burning shit up like we're over it. Literally in the streets. And they cut, I couldn't even speak to my brothers in Senegal because they cut the communication. So it was hard for them to make phone calls or receive phone calls and stuff. And Papa sent me video of the shit. So she's saying whose consequences could extend far beyond Niger's borders.
Conséquences pourraient aller au-delà des frontières du Niger. De ce fait,
for this reason, the CNRD, which she's a colonel of, refrains from applying
le CNRD s'abstient d'appliquer ces sanctions
these illegitimate and inhumane sanctions. Because they want them to put sanctions on fucking Niger. And they're saying, we refuse to apply these illegitimate and inhumane sanctions. And you see this as saying without even blinking.
illégitimes et inhumaines contre le peuple
Against the fraternal people of Niger and the Nigerian authorities.
frère et les autorités nigériennes. Et exhorte
The Nigerian authorities. And urge ECOWAS, that's the little turtle fuck, to come to its senses. We urge ECOWAS to come to their damn senses. Like, you're mad, your old bitch ass. We urge you to come to your senses.
la CEDEAO à revenir à de meilleurs sentiments. La République
With this communique, the Republic of Guinea reaffirms
de Guinée réaffirme par ce communiqué sa vision
its Pan-Africanist vision
panafricaniste en apportant sa
by expressing its solidarity with the people of Niger. You go, girl.
solidarité à la population nigérienne et en invitant
And calling on the CNSP, which was the other acronym that we read after we read the CNRD, and calling on the CNSP authorities
les nouvelles autorités du CNSP à préserver
to preserve national unity and cohesion.
l'unité et la cohésion nationale. Le CNRD
The CNRD, which she's the colonel, emphasizes that a military intervention
souligne qu'une intervention militaire contre le Niger
against Niger would be
entraînerait de
facto
facto la
dismantling of ECOWAS. You attack Niger, you don't have no more credibility, your bitch asses don't exist anymore. And the bastard in Nigeria, the little turtle, he also has incentive for this whole carrying out Massa's situation, because they have a clause in their constitution that if there's some unrest or something like this war with Niger, his bitch ass gets to stay in power and has other more extended powers and shit. Like, I can't. So she's saying, you go do this shit, you've essentially dismantled ECOWAS. It don't have no, it don't mean shit.
de la CEDEAO. De même,
Likewise, the fraternal people of Mali,
les peuples frères du Mali, du
Burkina Faso, Niger, and Guinea
Faso, du Niger et de la Guinée aspirent à plus de
to greater recognition and respect for sovereignty. Like, give us our shit.
reconnaissance et de respect de leur souveraineté. Par ailleurs,
The CNRD, she's also made it clear that the sanctions imposed
le CNRD tient à préciser que les sanctions prises et les menaces
and threats made
proférées lors
at
du
the
sommet du 30 juillet
30th July this year summit were in no way binding for the Republic of Guinea. In other words, all that shit you said at the summit, that didn't mean shit for Guinea. We didn't hear that. So that didn't mean shit to us. It's like all that shit you whooped at the summit on July 30th in no way is binding to the Republic of Guinea. So that's not even. We don't hear that. That didn't mean shit for us. What's next?
2023 n'engage nullement la République de Guinée. Au moment où les Jeux...
Did you say at this time or at that time?
Au moment...
At a time
où les Jeux...
where the young populations of the ECOWAS region
population de l'espace CEDEAO vivent
are experiencing a human tragedy in Tunisia and the Mediterranean.
Un drame humain en Tunisie et dans la Méditerranée, la
The leaders of the sub-region
préoccupation des dirigeants de la sous-région devrait
should be more concerned
être plutôt orientée vers les enjeux stratégiques,
socio-economic stakes involved in fulfilling their aspirations. The aspirations of these young people. You shouldn't be serving these white masters.
Économique pour l'atteinte de leurs aspirations que de se...
Rather than focusing on the something of deposed presidents. I can't see the word. Anyway, because their whole thing is they want them to reinstall Mohammed Bazoum. So she's saying you should be focusing on the young people rather than focusing on the bullshit of these deposed presidents that are deposed and nobody needs them. Like, you should be focusing on the young people and their aspirations.
Pencher sur le sort des présidents déchus.
Boom. Shots fired. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. I love it. That's the shit we need, everybody. That's what we need. That's what we need. Solidarity. Do you understand? But you gotta insinuate this in your own life. You know, okay, you're not fighting a whole war and shit in Africa, but you listen. A couple weeks ago, whatever it was, when I was at the emergency room, I told you guys I was at the emergency room most of the day. And when I walked in, the brother saw my necklace. I was wearing my necklace of knowledge and wisdom, not this one. By the way, you guys, this necklace, you can't really see it because the lighting is, it's very heavy. Willa made this for me and sent it to me. And it has this beautiful medallion on it. And I love it. I love the colors. But it blends in. I wanted to wear something white, but it washes me out too much. I love this so much. Willa, if you see this, again, thank you so much. Alhamdulillah. And it's so well made. It's everything, y'all. It's everything. But I was wearing my other necklace of knowledge and wisdom, and the brother that was in the waiting room, he complimented my necklace, and he was like, "Oh, you African?" And I was like, "You African?" I mean, but you know, you African. I was like, "You African?" But what I'm trying to get to say is that one of the things I said to him is I put my arm next to him. I said, when I see that matches mine, I should know you my brother. And you should know I'm your brother. We don't even have to speak. You know I got you. I know you got me. Period. Do you understand? And that's what we got to get to, everybody. Because remember, there used to be a time when white people thought, and some of them still think, that all black people know each other. Until we go out of our way to show them that I'm not with them and shit. You see? That's maddening to me. But we need that. That same solidarity. You saw us to stand there bold-faced and basically tell the West, fuck you, and criticize ECOWAS and the little turtle We need that. You got to do that in your life. I'm not just a man of words. The shit I tell you is how I live my life and have always lived my life. Going back, my first official job, I mean, I had other jobs before that, but this is my job where I go and clock in every day and my name is on the check and blah, blah, blah. Was a restaurant, a fast food restaurant here in California called Jack in the Box. And it had better lighting than this video. I'm over it. Anyway, that Jack in the Box had been there for 8 years before I worked there. And my sister, who was 1 year older than me, who passed away, I guess it's been 2 years now, whatever it was, allegedly of COVID. We were interviewed and hired at the same time because there's no black people that ever worked there in all the 8 years that it had been there. So they were just going to get their quota out of the way. Well, my sister was a total catastrophe and a disaster in every single way. She couldn't get to work on time, and she wasn't a good worker, and anyways, she eventually ended up getting fired. Well, your boy worked my way up to management. You understand? Even before I got to management, I started getting other black people hired, recommending them. But then when I got into management, that restaurant started to look like me. That's the only way I know, man. That's just as natural to me as anything in my life. It's not, I don't gotta think about it. It's just, you know, like you do that. And when I get frustrated is when I don't feel the solidarity from other black people. Put up to their off. You know, because I know how strong we are as a unit. I just had a flashback, speaking of that restaurant. You know, there was these two brothers that I had hired, Franco and Alfonso. They look like Full Force, literally. If y'all ever seen Bow-Legged Lou and his brothers, like Full Force, they look like Don't Go Near Them Brothers. That was Franco and Alfonso. And yeah, them brothers looked out, man. They looked out. You couldn't come near me without them getting in your face. Like it was just gonna be on. You feel me? And even when I worked in, after I left juvenile corrections, I started working at a men's prison. And I had the respect of the inmates, even more so than my superiors, because they came with that bullshit, and the inmates could see that I was a man of respect, that I give respect, therefore I get it. So I knew about stuff before my superiors would know stuff, because inmates had confidence in me. And I mention it now because of what I just said about Franco and Alfonso, because, you know, when you work in the prison, well, certainly in this prison anyway, you know, you moved around. So you are 2 months on mornings, then you're 2 months on mids, then you're 2 months on graveyard shift. And then during the course of your shift, today you might be up in the control room. That's where you're watching all the cameras, monitoring all the phones and the mail and all that kind of stuff, and movement for, you know, vendors in and out of the institution. You're doing the thing to activate the gates and blah, blah, blah. Then you might be on, you're on the yard, you know, or you have culinary duty. So when I would have culinary duty, you know, inmates, especially if it's near the holidays, they try to, even don't have to be the holidays, but especially around the holidays, they trying to take certain contraband fruits and certain foods out of the cafeteria that they can ferment and make into what they call hooch, which is like straight alcohol. So any number of times when you have somebody trying to take something out and I step to them, I don't really have to do nothing. I got like 15 inmates like coming to handle that person, like back them up. Like, you don't get in his face, man. He told you can't take the shit out of here. Like, that's just what it is. You feel me? I had that respect. And that's that solidarity that I'm talking about. Because I didn't see my brothers as inmates. You've done something that the law says you can't do, but that don't make the law right, and that doesn't make you a bad person. So what? Like, it just didn't mean anything. I met some of the best people, some of the best brothers I'm ever gonna meet. I met in that damn prison. My only sadness was that, you know, you had to keep that you know, you just can't trust everybody. So you couldn't let inmates into your personal information and things like that. But I definitely maximized my interaction with these brothers as much as I could, and I got a lot from them, and they got a lot from me. It was something, you know. We were able to still have that black solidarity, and they knew, they understood that dude, he's here for us. I'll fine is his job, but that brother, he's one of us, you know, because that's how I saw they're my brothers. What? You know. Uh Quickly, let me see what else I've got here. Uh Original Jewish, you say in the movie Blind Side. Wasn't that a Tom Cruise movie or something? A white demon couple took a black teen in. Oh no, that was the Sandra Bullock thing then, wasn't it? Wasn't this based on a true story? Took in a black teen in. As he got older, he got an offer to play college football. Yeah, got drafted into the NFL. We are now finding out that the couple secretly, legally, put all his financial power and decision making power in their name. Now he's suing their white ass. This is the man that the movie is based off of. Yeah, I've seen interviews with him, but obviously before this scandal, I knew about the movie because you could live in this country and not know that fucking movie was out there. I didn't see it. It wasn't my thing. And I'd like to know if he received any royalty from the film. You know, it's based on your life. People can tell stories about you, make a whole movie about you without even telling you. But just for aesthetics, you know, and it's Sandra Bullock, you know, you would think they would have wanted to make it at least look like they were trying to do the right thing, even though they can't, it's not in them. Yeah, not surprised. Not surprised, because that's what white people have been doing, and that's what this whole video is about. You're telling me about white people ripping off this kid, you know, that they helped to raise, and he was drafted by the NFL, and here we are with white devils thieving from Niger. You know, I mean, it's this is the story. This is who they are. This is who thieves. Anything they get and have attained anywhere on earth ever is through theft and trickery and violence and scandal. That's how white people get anything. They don't earn anything. They don't work for anything. It's never happened. It's never happened. It has never happened. Wow. 40 Shorty, Brother Jedi. Melanin 100, big shout out to you. Blessings, King. Thank you, Melanin. I appreciate it. All right, let's go to let me get rid of that one so I know I played that. Wait, I don't know if this is the one. Oh, yeah, you gotta see this. This is Her Excellency again. And she must be feeling a sense of validation with all of this that's developing hear what she has to say. Because remember, I played those clips for you earlier when she was in the red, telling you all the shit about France and how they do shit. And in the past, I brought you pieces where she breaks down the Berlin Conference, how they sliced up Africa, how that all went down, all of it. She has all the receipts and all the history and all of it. It's all of it. And and she's the one that's been summoning the diaspora to come home. She's like, Africa needs its children to come home. She's so motherly. Like, she's just not being political. She means it, man. Like, Africa's children need to come home, come home, come home, come home. And so here she is being interviewed about what's going on in Niger and so forth, and also the hypocrisy, which I think I have a hypocrisy video where they're like, shouldn't y'all be focused on your shit and not be trying to... Let's get to Her Excellency first, and then I'll find that, inshallah. Share. Yeah. All right. Hear this now.
President Bola Tinubu and chairman of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, yesterday...
There's the turtle. There he is. There he is, right there in the center, in the curtains. I love that on brothers. Like, one of my brothers, Momo, in Nigeria. Momo's a damn model anyways. But he has this gold, yellowish looking one. I have a picture of him actually in it. And I feel like Papa was in one. I love those when they have it's made a certain way, and then when they do the shoulders up, like that's a tight ass outfit, but not on the turtle. All right, let's just be very clear. Nothing couture going on there. We just don't have it. We don't have it. All right, but hear this now.
He briefed the Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, on the political impasse in the Republic of Niger and assured it that ECOWAS was doing everything possible not to compound the situation in the country. Tinubu, who spoke when he received in audience the special envoy of President Ali Bongo Ondimba and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Gabon, Mr. Herman Imongo, at the State House Abuja, however, welcomed the solidarity support offered by group and also promised to work with Bongo. This was as the ECOWAS military chiefs have set Thursday and Friday for further deliberations in Accra, Ghana, as part of efforts to assess options open to them in resolving the political impasse in Niger following the ouster of President Mohamed Bazoum by a junta led by General Abdurrahmane Chiani. Meanwhile, at least 17 soldiers died in a jihadist ambush in Niger, the government said, in a reminder of the nation's deep security crisis.
Wait now. In a jihadist attack, we have to hear that again, because that is some bullshit. And that would be white devils installing chaos. You understand? Again, when I was trying to start the Black Independence Liberation League, everybody, one of the things I said to you, because I knew that I needed to look back at everything that had come before, and where were the pitfalls? Where were the mistakes? Where were the problems? Let me stop this for a moment. And, you know, when you look at Malcolm's assassination, the Nation of Islam was not allowing white devils anywhere near, which was a very good thing. So they couldn't send somebody white in. So to develop somebody black, and this guy worked himself up to be worked his way up to be Malcolm's head of security, and he was responsible for the stand down order that day, which left Malcolm exposed, and that's how he was assassinated. And he was also the guy on the stage allegedly giving Malcolm mouth to mouth after he'd been shot, and I proclaim, I don't suggest, I proclaim he was making sure Malcolm was dead and was going to die. I know that to be true. I just know it. So you have to vet. When I was trying to start the Black Independence Liberation League, that's why I said everybody that's trying to join, you got to have a picture, and I got to interview you face-to-face on Skype. Because I have been given clairvoyance, I've been given a sixth sense, and I feel energy. I know shit you don't even tell me. I know it without even seeing you. I can see a picture of somebody I never met and tell you things. I can tell you places I've never been. I have this. And those gifts I was calling on to serve me. So in this case, you have to have people who can't be compromised, you know. And in the case of many of these African leaders, they're able to slip people in because it's just all Africans and nobody's going to notice and this and the third. But you got to really close your ranks. You have to know that everybody around you, and you have to have people to investigate the investigators, and the investigated. Do you understand? Like, you got to have several layers of checking on motherfuckers. Watch the watcher who's watching the watcher who's watching the watched target. You understand? And I knew that all those levels of security and assurity were going to be important so that white people can't infiltrate your shit. I don't know why I just said that, what I was, but that was on my heart, and I said it, and I said it, and I said it. Inshallah, it will come back to me. Oh wait, can I just go back? No, there's no option. So I have to start all over again. Share.
To work with Bongo. This was as the ECOWAS military chiefs have set Thursday and Friday for further deliberations in Accra, Ghana, as part of efforts to assess options open to them in resolving the political impasse in Niger following the ouster of President Mohamed Bazoum by a junta led by General Abdurrahmane Chiani. Meanwhile, at least 17 soldiers died in a jihadist ambush in Niger, the government said, in a reminder of the nation's deep security crisis as the military rulers face off against neighbors determined to reverse last month's coup. Joining us now on the morning show from Tennessee in the United States as we discuss the Niger coup crisis, the French Francophone country's uprising, and what ECOWAS must do to ensure that peace continues in West Africa and indeed Africa, is Her Excellency Dr. Arikana Chihombori Kwao, former permanent representative to the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C.
Her Excellency. Hear her title again.
Arikana Chihombori Kwao, former permanent representative to the African Union.
Former permanent representative for the African Union
Mission in Washington, D.C.
You see, to the U.S.
Arikana Chihombori Kwao, former permanent representative to the African Union Mission in Washington, D.C. She's joined by Dr. Victor Hai, former Nigerian presidential candidate and global affairs analyst. Good morning and welcome to the morning show.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kwao, for joining us. I understand it's 3 a.m. in Tennessee. Well, thank you very much indeed for honoring our invitation. And
no problem.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I would like to start with you. France is under heavy fire across its former colonies in Africa. Mali has broken off about 11 accords, including the defense accord. Burkina Faso has also...
That's important. Mali has broken off their accords with France's bitch ass, told them to kick rocks and die off, bitch. They said it.
Africa. Mali has broken off about 11 accords, including the defense accord. Burkina Faso has also broken off from the double taxation policy that favors France. In Mali, people are protesting on the streets, saying, look, they're tired of France. France should get out. Well, did you foresee this when earlier, or much earlier, you projected that, look, neocolonialism cannot work in Africa and that Africans should be allowed to determine their own destiny? What's your take on the role of France in the crisis, particularly in Niger?
Well, I think the writing has been on the wall for a long time when it comes to France. It was just a matter of time. What's happening now in Africa is a revolution similar to what saw the demise of the mighty Roman Empire, a revolution similar to what we saw with the fall of the mighty British Empire. There is no way that the West would have continued to exploit and plunder African natural resources, abuse the Africans for as long as they have. The end is here, and I hope France does see the writing on the wall. This is just the beginning of the African Revolution, and it is not going to stop. I think that France has gotten away with a lot over the years, and it's not just France, most of the Western powers for that matter. But I would hope that they would see that what's happening in Niger and what has happened in the other countries in West Africa is a very significant movement that I hope the West will look at it and consider it very seriously in terms of their policies on Africa, their foreign policies on Africa. What they have done in the past is simply not going to work anymore.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Okai, I'd like to come to you with regards to just following up from what Dr. Kwai had mentioned in terms of the fact that this is a revolution. We've seen this play out in the past as cited with other empires who have fallen. If Niger and other West African countries, as we've seen with the coups that happened, are revolting against France, do you think it's an opportunity for other Western countries or international neo-colonialists who want to come into these countries like Russia, we've cited countries like that who would want to take advantage of this coup? Would this present an opportunity for them to do that, or would it be an opportunity for Africa to finally fully break away from colonialism?
Thank you very much. Well, this is the opportunity. Obviously, with every crisis, new opportunities arise. I think that I'd rather start from the African perspective. What this does present for Africa now is an opportunity to begin to renegotiate its trade policies, its economic policies with these Western powers. At the heart of, the source of all of this problem is the Industrial Revolution, that started in the 19th century, and there was a need then for these countries to feed these industries with resources which they didn't have in their places. After slavery, that was the next level, and so it has continued. So it has always, favored them to get these resources to feed their factories and their manufacturing concerns at the expense of Africans. We have been impoverished for so long, and this has gone on for too long. But the good thing right now is that one of the legacies of colonialism, if you like, is what you call Western education. And today, particularly with globalization and with the way technology is right now, what they know, we know. And so, the child has grown up to be a man, and he now knows his father's inheritance. That is where we are at the moment, and it is time for Africans to demand for their inheritance and what rightfully belongs to them. And how is this going to happen? It will now be on our own terms. As what is happening, now we begin to look and say to ourselves, who are our real friends? You want our resources? Let's talk. It has to be on our own terms. And I'm hoping that this is sustained. If they do not do what they have always been known to do, which is always to have their stooges, and this is what is causing the uprising across, this particularly from the French, the Francophone countries right now, where they install people who are favorable to them. They will turn a blind eye if a man stays there for 100 years and does whatever it is that is favorable to them. But the minute you do what is not favorable to them, then you're public enemy number one.
Okay, good to see you, Our Excellency, Dr. Arcana. Thank you so much for all you do for Africa. You've been a beacon of hope and inspiration, and thanks for standing tall for Africa. I just needed to say this to you. But I'd like to ask you this. Has the revolution truly begun? Is Africa really free? Because what we call revolution, to me, just looks like a cataclysmic action that is not directed towards anything. What we call revolution that made Central African Republic, for instance, break away from a hitherto colonial past is because of the tribal conflicts and the fight for governance going on there between the likes of Anti-Seleka, Anti-Balaka, Tudera, and some other actors. What is going on in Mali is because a leader wanted to sit tight in power and the military took over. What is going on in Guinea is the same thing. It's the same cycle of dance we've always had that made Africa, since we got independent.
This is white cynicism. Is this really revolution? Isn't it just some cataclysmic event that we've seen before? And isn't this just shut up and die?
And most nations got independent in the 1960s. To 1990, have over 110 coups. Is that not the same movement without action?
No, dumbass. Because of what I'm illustrating for you here. Most of those coups were our people fighting. Like I said, we never just laid down and took it. Most of it is our people fighting to get rid of their puppets. So that's your coup. And then but what makes this different is usually when there is one, then it's just that country and it's isolated and nobody helps them, and they're on their own and the white devil gets their way. That was the value of showing you the colonel, the sister from Guinea, and showing you the solidarity of Burkina Faso when I showed you Ibrahim Traore, and Mali. She even spoke to Mali. I mean, that's why you don't understand what's going on. Shut your ass up. But she's ready for him. Go.
Or movement without purpose that we are going through, that we are mistaking for a revolution.
Isn't a movement without purpose and not a revolution to be mistaken for a revolution that we're going through? You really, nigga? I can't.
That's one to you, man. And for Dr. Okai, are we truly there? Just to ask you that, after you, man.
I see what's happening in Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Guinea very differently.
Right.
If you look at the previous coups, those were orchestrated by Western powers, majority, of course, orchestrated by France. They had their own intentions, in a few quite documented very well. The leaders were trying to do what was ultimately best for their people, and those leaders were assassinated. The difference between these coups are coups being led by our people. The people have spoken. The people now truly understand the issues. The people are standing up to say what has been going on is unfair, is unacceptable. It really just simply makes sense that something has got to give.
And you have the people in the streets saying, thank God for this coup. Thank God.
Difference between the previous coups and these last 4 coups, especially the one in Niger. I actually, on a personal level, I feel uncomfortable even calling them coups.
Yeah, I don't like that, but I don't have something else for it because it's not. Definitionally, it's a coup, but it ain't, but that's meant to invoke something nefarious, and ooh, you have to go and intervene. No, this is people taking back their damn power. We just don't have the word for it yet. but she has something that she go.
This is you look at a situation where people are basically desperate, where they know they're rich in natural resources, and yet the majority of the people are extremely poor. How long can that situation be sustained before the people finally wake up and rise up?
And like the other brother said before her, the sons are understanding their father's inheritance. Some metaphorical statement that he made like that. Like the younger generation is seeing like, oh wait, we supposed to have this and we're not.
That is what's happening. And I would like to call what's happening in these four countries as an ideological realignment of their economic, of their political, of their social values. At some point, if you look at the situation with the former French colonies, before even a president comes to power, there are certain no-go areas that the president must not touch, because if you do, you may not live to see the end of the day. Areas like the military, areas like, of course, the finances and the reserves that must be deposited with the French treasury, areas of the natural resources. So if you are a president, an African president, who is coming to power, and you are told, as long as you stay away from discussions pertaining to their presence, military presence in the country, training of your military by France, equipping of your military by France, don't talk about the natural resources, whose the French companies have the first right of approval. Do not talk, and make sure you continue to deposit your bank reserves with the French central bank. If you avoid those areas, then you're free to run your country any which way you want. Now, what kind of a leader is that? What environment are you?
And that's why, I have to interrupt, that's why Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, it was a regional scandal after he made the statement to the Swiss bitch when he went there and said, we're going to start adding value to our cocoa. We're going to do that. We start producing chocolate in our country because we could do that. You see, because that's a third rail. Oh, this nigger wants to handle their own assets and resources. Can't allow that.
Any which way you want. Now, what kind of a leader is that? What environment are you going to be occupying and managing and running your country with all those major areas of economic development no longer accessible to you? And the whole thing is so mind-boggling that we have gone to, over so many years, this is 2023, that the leaders in Africa have been unable to undo the agreements that were put in place when the African countries were given their independence. It is unbelievable that to this day, you can have a country like Niger to be the second poorest country in the world, and yet all their resources are going to France. Most of Niger is not electrified, while their uranium is electrifying France and Europe. You can take one after the other after the other. At every level, it's unfair, it's unacceptable, and I don't even know how the Western powers could really go to sleep every day knowing of the carnage that the havoc they're creating in Africa.
They're evil.
And hope that this will go on forever. The time has come. The children of Africa are now awoken. They can see clearly now. And they're simply standing up and saying, enough is enough. So yes, we don't like coups, but the last 4 coups are very different in the sense that the children of Africa are very clear because they are the ones standing up and saying, we got to take back our country. We need to defend our turf. What's right is right. What is wrong is wrong. We can no longer continue to be exploited That's what makes this different. It's not influenced by France. The coups are not influenced by any nation. It's simply people standing back and saying, we're taking back what belongs to us. And that's what makes these coups different. And I'm uncomfortable calling them coups. I'm calling them instead ideological realignment of our economic, political, and social values. The children have risen, and the children are speaking, and the citizens themselves are backing those who have led the uprising. And it is a warning to the Western powers that the African Revolution has begun, and those who are going to align themselves with the people are those who are going to survive the revolution that's taking place in Africa. The same is true with the African leaders as well. Those who will align themselves with the wishes of the people are the ones who are going to survive this revolution as well. I do believe the African Revolution has begun, and those who cannot see the writing on the wall, they will not survive this revolution. There is no turning back. The children of Africa are rising. The children of Africa understand the issues, and this time they're going to the streets, not along party lines. They're going to the streets united as citizens of Niger, as citizens of Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, because they understand that this particular fight has got to be dealt with from a national level, and I hope with time it'll be dealt with from a continental level, because the exploitation of the continent has got to stop. And this time it is the children of Africa who are speaking, and the world better listen up.
Okay, you, sir.
Yeah.
Doctor?
So I agree completely with Her Excellency, and I would like to say something though, that, you know, it is said that this proverb, I don't know if you're familiar with it, that you can eat yam because of oil or eat oil because of yam. The important thing is you have eaten yam and oil. And what am I saying here? Whether you call it, to use a language now, a revolution or a realignment or a coup, or by whatever name it is clear that whoever rules, whoever endures in many of these countries are those who best serve the interests of Western powers, not necessarily the interests of the people. And so, you know, historically from the Southwest here, you know that when you have an Oba, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm about to say now, who goes against the wishes of the people, he's served traditionally the eggs of a parrot. I don't know if you're familiar with that. What that simply means is the minute you are served with that, just go commit suicide. It means the people no longer want you. So whereas, yes, traditionally you may have ascended the stool traditionally, you know, the right way, you are the king, but the minute you go against the people, you're served the parrot's egg. I see this as being served the parrot's egg. It is time, the people have said, and it is time for the people to take over the power, because truly, power belongs to the people. That's where it resides, and it is the people that give power to whoever it is that rules over them.
Okay, Dr. Kwao, let me come back to you. I like the point you made about ideological realignment in Niger. Well, ECOWAS doesn't seem to think so. So ECOWAS defense chiefs are meeting today and tomorrow in Accra, Ghana, to decide on the mood of military intervention.
Damn it.
In Niger.
I showed you them arriving. Let me take it back to this coach and bring you back. I can't.
Today and tomorrow in Accra, Ghana, to decide on the mode of military intervention.
I showed you them arriving and the bullshit.
In Niger, which is one of the options that the ECOWAS heads of state and governments had put on the table. On Monday, however, the African Union Peace and Security Committee met, and that body, was divided about military intervention in Niger. They couldn't form a consensus on that issue. So you have two different positions. AU not deciding on military intervention. ECOWAS defense chiefs meeting today, tomorrow in Accra, Ghana. do you think that ECOWAS putting military intervention on the table, announcing a standby force, has put a good option on the table?
I don't think it's a good option. And I would want to ask the same people who are sitting at the table having those discussions about having military intervention in Niger. Let me remind you that there are other coups that we are not talking about, that we should be talking about. By France forcing Niger to send all its natural resources to France, that's a coup. By France having its own military in Niger and forcing Nigerians that you can only be trained by France, that is a coup.
Yes.
By forcing Niger to deposit 50% of its reserves with France, that is a coup. The question I have for those who are sitting on the table, during those ECOWAS meetings, during those AU peace and security meetings, what have you done about those coups? Take those 3 coups, multiply by 14, because that's what's happening in the 14 former French colonies. Those are deadly coups that have been taking place for decades. And you ECOWAS have done nothing about those coups. I need them to also answer and give us remedy as to how they are going to handle those coups. Make no mistake about it. Those are coups against the African citizens in those countries. And while they discuss what they would like to do with Niger, I would also want them to table those coups and come up with a solution as to what needs to be done. Because behind those coups that I just described from France, there are millions of children who are dying from starvation. There are millions of children who are going to bed with an empty stomach. There are millions of African youth who are unemployed. There are millions of women who are dying while giving birth to another life. I need them to put that on the table as well. If their interests are truly about the Africans, let's look at the global view of the issue. Let's have a bird's eye view of the issue and have a frank and fair and honest discussion about what is really going on in Africa. I do know that I don't think the carnage that's going on in Africa is what ECOWAS is all about. Leadership is about the people. It's about creating a better life for the people. But if you're going to allow one who has committed egregious crimes in Africa continues to have coups, those are coups. Let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
You can't give France a pass. So also let us know what you intend to do about those ongoing economic and political coups that are being imposed on those 14 French countries, former French colonies by France. So to just talk about what's happening in Niger alone, in isolation, and not go to the root causes of the genesis of why what's happening is happening, simply does not make any sense. And I would hope military intervention in Niger is not an option. That simply is not something we should do as Africans. There are better ways of dealing with our issues. Our elders must come together. Our elders must have a frank conversation, and let's look at what is ultimately best for the people, not only the people in Niger, but in all former French colonies and ultimately in all African countries, because this moment is calling for unity, meaningful unity of purpose among the African leaders to simply say, guys, this can no longer continue. It simply cannot continue. The people have spoken, and I hope our leadership would listen.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Kwao, for joining us, and thank you also, Dr. Hai, for being with us in the studio days. Thank you very much.
And additionally, to one of her last points there too, I would say to fucking ECOWAS, if y'all can get together and meet about trying to go in and attack Niger for this white devil, why aren't you going and making plans to just go and attack fucking France for their decades of cooing and fucking raping the continent and causing starvation and strife and unemployment to our people? How about that? You see? It's the same here. Niggas are ready to woof up on another brother over the smallest infraction, but don't got shit to say when this white devil is fucking murdering your people and shit. I mean, it is just... should address, let me see, get rid of that one. So that I know I played that one. What is this? I can't see it. I think we saw this one.
France is never leaving Africa.
Yeah.
I think this part we've established.
Did we see this? We saw this. What was this? Oh, maybe because this one's kind of long. We're gonna hold that. What is this? Oh. That one we saw. Let's see, what was my other one? Oh, this one. Yeah, gotta see this. This is from our brother. This is about the turtle. That making him the chairman of ECOWAS was like the biggest mistake ever. And there's some young brothers that are questioning it. Let's see this, and I'm going to come to your comments. What is this one now? It's making Tinubu.
African youths, they said it all.
To the ECOWAS situation. First off, let me say, sir, ECOWAS cannot do anything.
So they can't do anything.
Omama, Niger warning, sir, they should reinstate the president. And now Omama ultimatum, sir, if they don't do anything within that time, you know, they would invade Niger. Captain, Nipa Obasa ultimatums, I warn no cry, Tinubu. First off, he has been made ECOWAS chairman. Captain, this individual has his case, his election.
It's very important. Because I already told you about the turtle. This is another avenue of it. I already told you about how this having a war with Niger would be good for the turtle in Nigeria. But this brother is pointing out some things that strengthen his motive for being a bastard and an asshole who needs to die. So he says this individual has his case, his election is in court. Like how he came to power is sketchy and being contested in the courts. But there's more.
Election in court. Sir, they are contesting or challenging his legitimacy as president.
They're contesting his legitimacy as president. Hear this.
I don't know on what basis are ECOWAS actually I find say Onobeye chairman of ECOWAS. When the man's election as president is even challenged.
So they're making, so he's saying, I don't know why, if his legitimacy as president, they're making him chairman of ECOWAS, but because
it's being challenged in courts currently. And so on what basis did ECOWAS decide say you be Tinubu, you know, chairman of the ECOWAS? I'm not surprised. But no, I'm not surprised.
He asks the question, then he says, I'm not surprised. So his question was really rhetorical, really. So he's saying, I'm not surprised, and then we want the dude on the left to shut up so the brother can get the rest of it out.
The only akwakra or woman. And can why be no
No, but I don't blame him. Okay, I said 2016,
2016, 27 when he got
2017, when we got our president, His Excellency Narado, he was made the chairman of ECOWAS.
he was made the chairman of ECOWAS. They're just, I don't know why they're putting this. They got, I don't know if it's something that's translating it or putting whatever. Just it's not Quran's. I don't know why he was made the chairman of ECOWAS. It's not Quran's.
But there was no track record to show, say, you can deliver on that.
But there was no track record to show or say that he could deliver on that. Like, ooh, that's the dude to be head of ECOWAS. Let's make him chairman. There's no credential or anything that they had that go, oh yeah, that guy. So he's questioning it.
But I believe, Captain, or I'm tempted to believe, sir, it is just to give the person certain legitimacy.
I'm tempted to believe that it was just to give him legitimacy. So even though they're still trying to figure out if his presidency is legitimate, somebody, probably white devils, said make him the chairman. That way he has some sort of, cachet. Let's make him as though and shit. Like he's the dude. You feel me? He's legitimate. And this brother, I love that he was even thinking in that regard. Like, I think it was just to give him some legitimacy. Let's go on.
Legitimacy. As the person's legitimacy as president is being challenged in
The other person's legitimacy as president is being challenged in court.
So you find a man,
You find a man
chairman of the ECOWAS. No? It gives him some kind of credibility.
and give him some kind of credibility, make him chairman of ECOWAS.
That's what is being done. But
that's what's being done. But Tinubu has not demonstrated in any way, shape, or form.
Tinubu has not demonstrated in any way, shape, or form that he's capable of managing the high office.
That he's capable of managing the high office of chairman of ECOWAS. And I forget how many countries are part of this ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States. He's the chairman.
Of chairman of the ECOWAS. The person given ultimatum to Niger said if they don't reinstate the ousted president to.
So he said, now this very person who is giving the ultimatum to Niger to say reinstate their puppet has no ground. You're not even a legitimate president. And I saw in another piece where the numbers were that he got 30% of the vote. And the brother was saying, we need to change it so that whoever contests for the presidency has to get 50 plus 1. 30% and you president? Nah, bro. Nah, not over here. Not over here. So he's saying, this very person who is saying to reinstate the puppet in Niger,
Niger, his own country
of Nigeria,
36 states within Nigeria,
36 states, 30 of the 36 states in Nigeria are under the influence of Boko Haram, which is just CIA and white devil people in there installing chaos. You understand? And also feeding drugs and money to the soldiers to help them carry out the evil of the white devil. And he's making the point that, this guy don't have no credibility to be the head of ECOWAS. We don't see nothing in his credentials or his fucking dossier. And on top of that, you got 30 of your 36 states are under siege of Boko Haram, but you got your nose all in Niger to try and reinstall a puppet that everybody knows is a puppet. And you see the people in Niger are happy that this is taking place and this is good for them, but you ain't taking care of your 30 states that have Boko Haram. It's not a...
Of the 36 states in Nigeria are under the influence of Boko Haram. He has not been able to deal with Boko Haram.
Can't deal with that, but you can go and stick your nose in Niger.
Above you, they push a piece, you see them.
Honestly speaking, in shock.
Honestly
speaking, this is how they are fighting Boko Haram in Nigeria.
This is how they are fighting Boko Haram in Nigeria. I can't. He goes, this is how they are fighting Boko Haram in Nigeria. This is how they're doing it. Wait.
Honestly
speaking, this is how they are fighting Boko Haram in Nigeria.
They are pushing it to
Pushing it
pushing the PC by number.
to Niger Republic to fight
Pushing the PC by
Niger
number.
army. This is how Nigerian army will lead ECOWAS.
Nigerian army.
This is how we are going to lead
That is
ECOWAS
problem.
into war with Niger.
Then they push
When I shame, they shame me. My brother, that is the
push
situation.
But my ultimatum said, if Niger does not reinstate their ousted president, he's going to lead a delegation or a military force to invade Niger to do what? Why
To do what?
doesn't he lead that military force to clear out Boko
Right. Why don't you lead that same military force to clear out Boko Haram in your own fucking country, Nigeria, bitch?
Haram from Nigeria? Because so-called Niger today, and you see number of refugees in Niger, majority of them are from Nigeria, from the northern states in Nigeria. Because Boko Haram people are displaced. It's most of the people who have run away from Nigeria, northern Nigeria, have found themselves in Niger as asylum seekers. And see, you're not dealing with your internal security issues. I know they also say, 30 out of the 36 states in Nigeria are under the attack or under the influence of Boko Haram. And see, if there's anything ECOWAS is meaning to do, which will benefit them, is to first of all address the terrorist situation in Nigeria, in the 30 states in Nigeria, send those military forces you have to clear out Boko Haram from Nigeria before you can even consider going into Niger.
But that is the truth. No, tell me what you can add to this truth or remove from it. When they were busy rigging election, when they were busy forcing themselves into power, they no say all eyes were on Nigerian people to deliver themselves from bad governance. And actually, Nigerians did. They voted massively. They voted massively for a change, a proper change that will impact on the lives of the people. A proper change that will dismantle the structures of impunity and corruption. But you know what? Tinubu and co, with collaboration of INEC, rigged massively. Oh yes, it took the massive vote of Nigerian people for them to rig massively, to the point that it is very glaring to everyone. And they don't have any, they can't have any hiding place. The whole world saw it, not just Nigerians, not just Africans. The whole world saw it.
That's a good place to stop it there. Let me see what you guys are saying. Alhamdulillah. Cheryl Bryant, a big shout out to you, Queen. Loving your perspective on Africa. Thank you. Original Jewish, you say they know that we are peaceful people. Violence is not our nature. Exactly, and that's our advantage, because as I've preached over the years, that can remain true, because it is true about our people as a whole. But we need to find our violent bone. I'm a very peaceful man, but I know when to show my fangs. I know. It's my favorite line ever spoken by Biggie's fat ass was, I can be as good as the best of them, but as bad as the worst, so don't test me. You better move over. That's my theme. I can be as good as the best of them, but as bad as the worst, so don't test me. Don't. There's a dragon that comes out of me. Don't do it. Don't. That's to San. Cheryl, you say Jedi. Well, to meet Sandra, my shift just ended 35 minutes ago from my job, and boy, am I goddamn glad. You don't gotta. Where you work at, Cheryl? You always like just over it with with your job, and you don't gotta put it. If you don't want to put it out here, I'm saying you could hit me up on Instagram or something. Tell me, girl. Let me empathize more clearly. You go and then San, you say, "Ah, so sweet of you to say. I was on the road driving to Indianapolis, my hometown. My oldest is very sick, and I am here now with her. I know what you mean about the employment." That's to San. My prayers to you, Queen, and your mother, and wishing her. Then that's to San. And that's you and San, Cheryl. How long am I in? I guess I should start doing a summation. And this is not going to be the end, everybody, because this is an ongoing developing thing by the moment. Like I should let me check real quick to see if there's any new it's literally moving by the minute, you know. And we need to know what's going on. Let's see. I plan to suppress all eyes on judiciary campaign. Group uncovers conspiracy. I have judgment. I don't think that has to do with this, but it's definitely. Cabinet. A perfectly executed civilian coup. Of what? Just quickly, let me check.
Ministers before yesterday's allocation of portfolios to those amongst them who escaped.
What is that again?
Dust has yet to settle over President Bola Tinubu's would-be ministers.
Oh no! Oh, I need you to see my man, Museveni of Uganda. This brother, when he speaks, it just you listen. He has this. He reminds you of an uncle or one of the older men that was in your neighborhood that your grandmama and him knew, and you just felt nothing but wisdom from. I just love him so much, man. And he's the president of Uganda. I just love the way he speaks. He's just, let me find him because I've seen it. I had it staged. I thought, come on. Okay, that's not it. All right, let's reduce because maybe it was over here. Because he talks about the situation, but I love when he tells the story of how in Uganda they have found some huge deposits of uranium. And because again, Mother Africa has it all. And some demons came to him and said, yeah, we'd like to know if we can, mine some of your uranium. And he said, for what? For what? For what? You have to hear how he talks. For what? Yeah, yeah. And he puts these random, yeah, in there because he's on an age. It just makes him even more endearing. And they said, because for nuclear medicine, for for electricity, and for something else they named. And he said, did you not hear the rumor that there are people here in Uganda? That there are people here in Uganda who don't have electricity, who don't have this, and they don't have that. You did hear the rumor that there are people here in Uganda? He goes, so you want me to give you uranium to take with and do what we, but you don't hear the rumor of the people that are here in Uganda, that live here in Uganda? Oh, I can't tell it like he can. It's so classic and perfect. I love you, man. SubhanAllah. And anyways, he said they left and they never came back. He goes, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I can't let you come in here and take our shit, and my people are here and they don't even have it. So you just, but then he goes on to say they made a deal with, I forget which country, to build 2 nuclear reactors for their electrical power. And where are you at, Museveni? Wait, maybe he's in my, he's the perfect crescendo to end on for this sitting. I know I have him. Let me just get him. Oh, damn it. You're on the wrong channel. And in order to get into your library, you have to go to Jedi Africa. Can I do it? Can I sneak and do it? Like a little sneak piece, just like sneak. If I switch channels, well, that's dedicated to Jedi. So it should know about Jedi Africa. It should know what I'm doing. It should know. Right? So we're just going real quick, just like real sneak type, you feel me? Just while watching my tone. Because all I need to do is get the video, snatch it out, and then go back to Jedi, and nobody knows I was here. I need you to hear this. I think I've introduced you to Museveni before, but I need you to be really acquainted with him because I'm going to be bringing him pretty often, quite frankly. And you will love him. You just will. Is that somebody else? Yeah, they're talking about Ethiopia. Wait, no. Oh, you gotta see this too. You have to see this. I can't do this without you seeing this. So this one, let's put that in favorites. Where this dude is admitting they created Boko Haram. I just need Museveni. this isn't it. Let me just see, because maybe it is. I don't know what it is. I don't think this is it. Oh, snap, but it is him, but that's not it. This is, what is this? This is some everybody. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. Where are you at, Musamani? This ain't it either. I just know it's not.
You know, this was 1962.
Oh, I wondered. Well, all right. Hear this as I'm looking for the other thing. Let's. What did you just save? You saved. Oh, you got to see they created Boko Haram, but this, you can see this while I'm doing this. That is the British. Okay.
You know, this was 1962. I was seen off Terrorism Airport to London by a very big delegation. It was Julius Nyerere, it was Kenneth Kaunda, it was Oliver Tambo. So some people don't believe that story. They say, you. I said, that those are the people who saw me off. It's the truth. It's a half-truth. It's because O.R. Tambo and Mwalim were seeing of Kenneth Kaunda. He was flying to London to negotiate for independence of Zambia. I just happened to be on the same plane. So it's the truth. I was seen off by those three. So off we went to England and so on, came back. The OAU had a committee called the Liberation Committee. So one of its meetings was held in Kampala, in Uganda. At the time that Idi Amin was there as head of state. So we attended the meeting, and Idi Amin kept interrupting. Ministerial meeting, and then he would come and they adjourn because His Excellency wants to address them. And he would, one message: we must intensify the struggle first in Angola, and after we finish there, we must go to Mozambique. After we finish in Mozambique, we go to Zimbabwe. Of course, we're very fed up with this Amin story. He's postponing the struggle in South Africa until whenever. Unfortunately, he says, Idi Amin, that all of the liberation movement delegations should not leave Kampala without meeting him. Fine. So indeed, we meet him. So OR must now present our case. Your Excellency, you can't say that. These things you've been saying. Why are you postponing our struggle? said, my brother, let me explain. You see, this is called misinformation. The reason I was doing it all the time, because I want them, those other people, to listen. They will think our strategy is to go to Angola, and then Mozambique, and then Zimbabwe. What they don't know, our target is Cape Town. So, that's an important lesson from Idi Amin. And of course, many years later, South Africa is free.
Okay, strike him.
We have an appointment, we got a state visit to pay to Mali. At the time, President was President Konare. And he insists, well, the Malians insist, that on our delegation we must include the Minister of Sports. We couldn't quite understand why, but nevertheless we did. So we went to Mali, and we incorporated in our in the program that we must visit Timbuktu. And indeed we visited Timbuktu. You remember there was a famous library there, the Ahmed Baba Library, with this tremendous store of books and manuscripts and so on, about everything, many things African. So we get to the library, Ahmed Baba, in Timbuktu.
We'll do Museveni, we'll do the creation of Boko Haram, and we're out. The Jedi.
You know, this was 1960.
Okay. Stop. I just found it. There it is. So I can go out of that. I have that. Q Museveni. Yeah. I'm switched over. Now I need to do what? Cue this. Bring you in. Hear this, everybody.
To know recently when this.
Wait, damn it.
To him is very crucial.
That's how I came to know recently. When this crisis started, we started getting information that apparently Niger is exporting a lot of uranium to Europe and to France for them to use in their nuclear power stations to generate electricity for themselves. So this morning I took interest. I said, by the way, what is the electricity supply in Niger? Before you sell uranium to the other person, how about you? What's happening to you? Now I found, I was told, there is a measurement they call kilowatt hour per capita. Kilowatt hour per capita.
Hear this.
Apparently.
He said, A kilowatt hour per capita. It's an affect that he has. I just love this man, dude. I just feel like he's my uncle or my something. You feel me? I love this. Or my grandfather. But that, it's just random, but I pointed out. But hear what he's saying.
Or kilowatt hour per capita. Kilowatt hour per capita. Apparently, the kilowatt hour per capita of electricity in Niger is 51.
In Niger, it's 51.
51. Every person in Niger is using 51 kilowatt hour per capita. The GDP of Niger is US dollars 613.
That's their GDP. Is 630 what? $613. That's their GDP, bitch. 25 million people in Niger. 613 US dollars. I'm over it. I mean, we need a nuclear weapon. We need it, damn it, we need it. In Africa. We need it. Go on.
Now, here in Uganda, our kilowatt hour per capita was very low, was like this some years ago. Was as low as this one of Niger. But now it's about 300. Still very low. But that's where it is. Then how about the United States? What is the kilowatt hour per capita of the United States? 12,000. And there is a country called Iceland. It has got a lot of electricity. Of course, they have got a small population, but it is 54,000. Now, Uganda has got a lot of uranium. Some years ago, a Western company came and proposed to mine the uranium. They came here, said they want to mine.
They came here, so they wanted to mine uranium. Hear this now.
Uranium. I asked them, mine it and take it where? They said, export it. That was their answer. I asked them, export it for what purposes? They told me, for the purposes of generating nuclear energy, for electricity, and other uses such as medicine, vector control, etc. I then asked them, have you had a rumor that there are some human beings here in Uganda who need electricity, who need nuclear medicine, and who need vector control services? I asked.
Could have done without the white whore. Gonna have to take a sip of my punch, otherwise I could pass out before you. Nurse. Oh my god, I think I just lost a tooth. But hear the cadence of the story. If you're there's some human beings here who need electricity, who need nuclear.
Electricity, who need nuclear medicine, and who need vector control services. I asked them, you want to take the uranium, but have you had a rumor that there are some human beings here?
You heard some people clapping in the distance.
It's not confirmed that they are there, but could it be a rumor that there are some human beings here?
It could be a rumor, but could it be confirmed there are some human beings here?
Why don't you propose to build that capacity here for the benefit of these human beings who live in Uganda? And maybe we can put aside some quantity of uranium for supporting the economies of our friends in the West. After that, after you have addressed my issue, I can also share with you so that you also go and solve yours. But to tell me that you solve my problems and forget yours, I cannot accept that.
I cannot accept that. That's a leader. That's a leader. I cannot accept that.
They never came back. They never came back. So the uranium of Uganda is sleeping in the ground.
Sleeping in the ground.
Until we are ready to use it. We have now agreed with the Russians.
It was Russia. Remember, I couldn't tell you what country it was. We've now agreed with the Russians and
the Koreans to build 2 nuclear power stations for electricity of 15,600 megawatts total. Imagine, just 2 stations will produce 15,000 megawatts. One, 7,200 megawatts. The other one, 8,400 megawatts. Our biggest dam on the Nile is the Karuma with 640 megawatts. The hydro. The biggest opposition of our plan of building an integrated national economy has been mainly internal.
Now he's throwing shade on his own government. Our main issue has been internal. Watch.
From some elements of the political and bureaucratic classes who perform the role of bourgeoisie.
Something bourgeoisie. Because what they're putting on the screen is not right. I don't know how they're generating that text. Something bourgeoisie.
Who perform the role of comprador bourgeoisie.
Comprador bourgeoisie. But agents of foreign
interests.
Agents of foreign interests, like some fuck booties.
Mao Zedong talked about in China.
Like somebody talked about in China.
Like the national bourgeoisie.
Unlike the national bourgeoisie.
Who build our economy.
The comprehensive raw material exports.
The comprador bourgeoisie. Raw material exporters.
And then they kept the camera on him, and he looked like something about his grin. I don't know if this is the person having shade thrown at him, or is it just they just happen to have the camera on this dude. I will lose sleep over this, I will tell you. And I will have to be in therapy for at least a month and a half. I don't want to get into it.
The comprador bourgeoisie, raw material exporters, importers of foreign products that can be made here, commission agents, bleed our economy.
Bleed.
The national bourgeoisie, who are manufacturers, hotel owners, tourism operators, professionals.
They had the camera on him for a minute, so I don't know if this was just like the shady cameraman who knew. I don't know, y'all.
Service providers, such as doctors who treat people here instead of patients going out for treatment. Internal distributors of our products, such as food, build our economy.
Good. Everything he said.
I love him. Good. All right, quickly, because this one is not as long. And I've mentioned it, so I don't want to hold it. So I may as well do it. This guy is admitting that they created Boko Haram. And you need to see that, because that's important here, because we've talked about it. And wait now.
In 1995,
hear this.
The need to look for resources to run African states became an issue. Nigeria was
the need to look for resources throughout African states was, what did he say?
States became an issue.
Became an issue.
Nigeria was more or less totally bankrupt.
Nigeria was, well, you can hear it.
The need to run Nigeria became an issue. Salary payment was difficult. Then Libyan government, along with Germany, decided to utilize a satellite from a private satellite company that has shares of government of Germany in it. They discovered uranium in abundance and in high quality, well spread in Niger.
Hear that? The Libyans and somebody else used a private satellite, accessed it, and found huge deposits of uranium in Niger.
Out of curiosity, that leader and other leaders decided to say, scratch part of Nigeria and let's take a look. They were shocked with what they discovered. In Northeast, they discovered a portion.
They were shocked. They discovered a portion. Hear this, damn it, hear this.
And that portion, in part of Zambeza, leading to Lake Chad. What was deposited there? This is not hearsay. I was in Libya.
What was deposited there is not hearsay. I was in Libya.
I was in attendance.
I was in attendance. Like, this is 100% receipts and facts.
Along with Nigeria's ambassador.
Along with Nigeria's ambassador.
Was allowed. Then he was later told to go. And I was left alone, along with the Libyan leader and the German company and the owners of the satellite. What was kept there was capable of producing 10 Dubais.
What was kept there was capable of producing 10 Dubais, bitch. This is just in Niger. And that's why this white devil is there. They don't want to let go. Because they can fuck the Africans over, take their shit, print their money. You got to give us part of all your money. And you can only borrow 20% of it at fucking with interest in the bullshit. And this is why fucking France needs to be bombed off the goddamn earth. Period. Hear that again.
Along with the Libyan leader and the German company and the owners of the satellite. What was kept there was capable of producing 10 Dubais. 1996. You can quote me in the eyes of this world. Mustafa said so. I'm not into rhetorics. I love this country. I stand for this country. We are already targeted and hated by numerous forces. But if that is what they should do for us rendering service to Nigeria, then definitely they have not started. What we discovered at that material time was a shocker. So I asked questions as if I didn't understood what they were saying. The Libyan leader then, may so rest in peace, said, and I quote, I mean, what is in this place is enough for you to produce 10 Dubais, 1996. The product of this satellite was brought to Nigerian head of state by me. I brought the 2 metallic boxes. Where is it? Who took it? What happened? Where is the money? Now hold on. What might interest you is what I'm going to say. Nigeria is poor. Your industries are dead. But hear this. 1999, November 1st, I was in prison. They came to meet me in prison. And they asked me numerous questions on the way we were managing some certain things about Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention. They mentioned some names and commanders they required to do some certain jobs for them. But the question I asked is, was it for Nigeria? At the end of the day, to cut the story short, is to tell you that Boko Haram was a calculated game.
Boko Haram was a calculated game.
No, I'm begging you. See, See, I want us to listen with patriotism as Nigerians, because when hopelessness confronts a person who is thirsty, unknown to him, he is standing on an oasis. He is dying of thirsty. He is looking for water and busy praying. But the senses to dig the water and then come back alive is the problem of Nigeria. You are rich, you have it, you are scavenging for it. Most unfortunately. Now, from that time till now is 23 years. People might not tell you this, I'm telling you. I'm ready to be accused, abused, it doesn't matter. I am here. Precious stone has been what they have been taken. Boko Haram were our sons and daughters given a wrong indoctrination. Taking opium from Afghanistan, the hashes in the war, mixing some.
Taking opium from Afghanistan in the war. This is what I was trying to articulate to you earlier. This is so important. You got to hear this.
From Afghanistan, the hashes in the war.
The hashish.
Mixing some with a certain chemical.
Mixing with a certain chemical, which he doesn't say.
When they dip a date in it.
When they dip it in this.
And then after 4 hours, whosoever takes it.
After 4 hours, whosoever takes it.
Becomes a robot.
Becomes a robot. And this goes to what I was telling you earlier about how, you know, I use the mines in the DRC of Congo. But it goes on across Africa, where you have, they tell you these factions are fighting over natural resources, but it's really the fucking corporations who have given these motherfuckers the shit he's talking about, and they're the ones fighting our righteous brothers who are like, this is some bullshit, they helping to steal our shit out of our country, and that's the fighting that's breaking out. You understand? And he is a key piece of the puzzle to bring this information, to expose it. Let's just hear it again. It's only a few seconds left of this video.
Indoctrination.
Gotta hear it.
I am here. Precious stone has been what they have been taken. Boko Haram were our sons and daughters given a wrong indoctrination.
Were our sons and daughters. They were given the wrong indoctrination.
Taking opium from Afghanistan.
Then taking the opium from Afghanistan and the hashish, and you dip it in this other shit for 4 hours, and next thing you know, it's a robot.
The hashes in the war, mixing some with a certain chemical. When they dip a date in it, and then after 4 hours, whosoever takes it becomes a robot.
There.
You are totally robotic. You will respond to orders. You will not feel pain. You will not think. You will not reason. They kill numerous soldiers, many widows in barracks, many orphans littered all over, many refugees scattered around Nigeria.
And I've seen documentaries of these fighters in different pieces, and when they show them, they look like what he's describing. I think one of the documentaries I saw, this a long time ago, but it's still in my mind, they were talking about the drug use among these, but they didn't go this far. Like, you know, you just thought they was just, you know, on opium or heroin, you know, which I guess that is opium. Anyways, whatever, I'm not a pharmacologist. But they do have this wild presentation about them. Like, you don't want to be near them, and we good, I don't need to be friends with you type thing, and where's the exit? You feel just, all right, but last of this.
Is labor aware? Keep that aside. It's the social ills created for Nigeria and Nigerians. What you may ask yourself is, how much of this real stone have they taken in 23 years? What has it contributed to Nigeria's growth? Did they build one single textile with the money? Who are the Nigerians collabing with their external factors? When did it start, and how many regimes work with them? Can you even quantify the number of officers, soldiers killed, traditional rulers? Can you quantify the friction created between Muslims and Christians? When a bomb is lodged in a church, they will quickly write in the paper the next day, it was Mosque A that did it, and vice versa. They bomb the mosque and blame the church. It's not true. It's a game. So that when you fight yourself, when confusion keeps you aside, they are busy taking what you have.
And then there's another one that says, in this room, Boko Haram was created for a purpose. Not going to get into it. Said that will be our landing spot. Gonna keep my word. But we'll visit that on the next go round. Let me capture it. So, there's more that we're going to bring on this, everybody. Let's say this story is shifting and moving and developing as we sit here, you know. But why I'm continuing this and what I want you to take away from this and the other piece that I did on it and pieces going forward, and why I brought you Her Excellency Arikana Chiomborikwa, because the African Revolution has begun. And I think that ours would have gotten off the ground. We missed the moment. The moment was snatched from us during Mike Brown and Trayvon Martin and all of that, because there was this production of Black Lives Matter, you know, and all the branding that's been coming out has been deliberately something to give white people some fucked up shit they can use against something that's legitimate. You know, Black Lives Matter, bad branding. You know, defund the police, bad branding. I'm a business major. You know, what you really want is to what's a word? Remove. That's too kind, and I'm not into kindness. Fuck that. But that's all I got. Remove qualified immunity. No more. Down with qualified immunity. Something that ends in qualified immunity, and your bitch ass doesn't get it anymore. Do you understand? But this defund the police gave them something to run away with. You know, critical race theory, bad branding. You feel me? It's just nah. I'm an intellectual, and that's some bullshit to me even. Critical race theory. It just, it doesn't state it. It doesn't sell it. If something doesn't state the product, you can't sell the product. Like, you have to, in 2 seconds, the person has to know what that is and have a whole picture of what that means. That's one of the keys to creating a product and to sell a product. What do you call it? Boom, something that tells the customer right now what it is and what they can expect from it right now. Critical race theory. Fuck you. Like, I don't even want to learn the shit, just if you're calling it that. Yeah, I mean, you know. And so the moment was missed. Because we were on a rise then. We were in the streets more and more, and I think that would have eventually finally become violent in a way that would have been meaningful, because violence can be used as a tool. Violence isn't always a bad thing, and in our situation, violence is a necessity, because we're people that are just taking violence every fucking day, and we ain't doing shit about it across the diaspora. So, but I think that moment was stolen. And what will this mean? What ripple effect will this have for the diaspora when Niger and the other countries are successful in staving off this devil? They're going to try and come through with branding to make it seem like it wasn't a victory and all this kind of thing. But we know what's up. That's why I'm persevering with my little part that I'm doing, to show you we're on the cusp of something big. That last brother I ended with, talking about the creation of Boko Haram, is talking about how just they came from, with the Libyans, they went to this area of Niger, and this was 1996 or whatever he said, and there was enough uranium there to produce 10 Dubais. I mean, and I've said, and that's just the uranium that's in just Niger. We haven't even gotten to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is the richest fucking place on the planet. Has the most cobalt and the most coltan on the fucking planet. And we're not on any of this without the Democratic Republic of Congo. Doesn't exist. Just doesn't. We'd still be writing letters. There'll be no texting. There wouldn't be a phone. There wouldn't be any of the shit we're on right now at fucking all without our glorious continent. Let's be very clear about that shit. But that happening, because we already saw a movement to the continent after the year of return, and more people are moving to the continent. More and more people are becoming aware of the political atmospherics on the continent. There has to be a ripple effect from this, you know. There has to be. What you can do is you need to share the fuck out of this video. Put it on your timelines with all your other bullshit that you're putting on your timelines that means nothing anyway. Put it on your Facebook. Put it on your Twitter. Put it on your Instagram. You know, it doesn't do me any good to persevere and you don't help to move the message forward, everybody. You got to be the messengers. I'm a Rasul. I'm a messenger. You got to be a messenger too. I'm producing. You carry the shit out. You understand? You got to do it. You got to do it. And but I think this potentially has a ripple effect, but it begins to bring down the West, white people's arrogance over thinking they're the shit. So when they're sitting in their little posh little fucking spots in France, they're real nervous right now, drinking their cappuccino and their spot of tea or whatever the fuck they do in France, and their croissant and the bullshit. You understand? They're real nervous right now. Real nervous. Because some real black men, and it is all men, are standing up and saying, not right here, not this time, bitch. Not right here. Nah. Nah. And let us bring these white motherfuckers to their knees as they deserve to be brought down for the decades of shit they've been doing to us. And they go home and they sleep at night. Like Her Excellency said, how can they, or somebody said, like, you know, how can they do this and knowing all the hunger and the shit they're causing, you know? Well, they're good because they don't have a soul. They don't have a soul. They are the incarnate of the devil. I believe that with every fiber in my being. I believe that the white man is the devil. I believe that. We all grew up thinking the devil was some individual character with a tail and horns. He was red and he lived under the earth, and that's not true. The devil is a force and an infection, and I think these people are the minions of evil, the incarnation of this thing we know as evil and unrighteousness and everything else you want to say that's clandestine and negative, you know. But you think about Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Niger rising and becoming these major enclaves of just the shit. Wow. You know, overnight, half the people of fucking Nigeria should have a job because you get rid of these fucking France-ass people, and now this shit still needs to be mined and all of that. So their jobs, homie. And you can pay them a premium rate because this is your damn resource coming out your ground. It's like having, you know, when we first left Chicago and moved to California, we lived in a 3-story mansion. And our backyard, we had orange trees, fig trees, peach trees, apple trees, pear trees. And then my grandmother planted a garden. And so we just had it. I mean, you know, like all that shit came out of our backyard, you know. This is that. This is under your feet. This is the ground that Allah has put you on. And this is what He has given you under your feet to support yourself, you know. And He didn't intend for white devils to come in and take your shit and leave you with nothing. I mean, just think about that. The gall you gotta have, or the soulless thing you have. You have a nation of 25 million people, and for decades you're just like, you don't get shit, give us this. and you wrote it in fucking documents. Like, we get all your shit, and you gotta use only our money, and you gotta deposit all your shit in our bank. I mean, this is just, I mean, that alone is enough to have fucking bombed fucking France off the fucking planet. But there they were. Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. Well, go fucking take out France, because they're a whole fucking nation of mass destruction, bitch. How about that? You see? The white man's the devil, everybody. And so by default, they have the definition of hypocrisy. You understand? Deception and lies, theft and evil. We have to be aware of that. So, we're not done, because this has not come to its fruition. It's an ongoing story. I'll read your comments and we're going to be out. Original Jewess, I think it's the only one I missed. Lots of highly suspicious activity going on in Hawaii. Yes. Glad you mentioned that, Jewess, because, you know, it kept coming up in my feed. I'm like, it's a fire, I don't give a fuck. You know, because I live in California. Like, at some point every year, the whole fucking state is on fire, and I'm over it. And I have long believed that even the fires that we have here in California, like, firemen are going out and setting those fires, because that's overtime. That state is going to pay that, and it's just, you're not going to be denied. You know what I'm saying? And there was I don't know, like a 60 Minutes or some other piece I saw years ago where there was a firefighter that they had on camera. He had been busted, and they did a whole piece on how he was going out fucking setting fires. You know, so I'm not being ridiculous. And, but what I don't accept is I saw something where people are trying to insinuate Oprah in these nefarious, dark, you know, things. Listen, I've ditched Oprah's bitch ass after her Michael Jackson thing, but I'm still here to represent the truth, even for Oprah's bitch ass. And I don't believe any of that. Now they're trying to say that Oprah had something to do with the fires, you know, because she owns land in Hawaii, but her property wasn't touched. And I mean, I'm just, listen, people that buy into that or even give that any audience, you have to educate yourself. I know Oprah's story, all of it that's public, and so much of it is public. We know her history, we know where she came from, we know her family, we know it all. No. And that's still a black woman, even if she's a fucking bitch and she needs to fucking die off for the shit she did to Michael Jackson. The fact of the matter is that's still a black woman, and she's a certain type of black woman who we know. We know that black woman. Her name could have been anything, and she could have been anybody. We know that sister. We know her. We know her. You understand? So that's a little outrageous, but I did see something credible from someone. This guy, I feel like he might have been Hawaiian, and because when something is bombarding you, that's when I turn my head. Like, well, why am I saying this so much? You know, because that means it's being elevated, it's being made a thing. You know, and I have to do my jurisprudence and my dig on that, because I smell something. I just don't know what. You know, because the pictures were the most concerning. When I saw the images, I'm like, because I live in California, I know what wildfires do and what they look like, and this just had a different element about it. Like, that's not really fire. Some of the destruction I saw, I'm like, that's not really fire. No. And being a former arsonist myself, I would know. Oh, I'm not an arsonist. I'm sorry, a firefighter. A lawyer. All right. It's not important. It's not about me. Anyways, yeah, something stinks about that. I don't know what. But maybe in our next sitting, I will have something I can offer on that. I just feel it in my spirit. Something, It feels different and it looks different, you know. Yeah, you know, and plus you don't hear about nothing from Hawaii. Plus, Hawaii, I'm in California, it's dry as fuck year round. Hawaii is tropical and moist. It takes more to start a fire. You know, you can burn up half of California if somebody just throws a cigarette out of a car. Oh my God, the entire state burned. You know, but Hawaii, not so much. We don't think of Hawaii as dry and desertous and, you know, it's green and lush and moist and there's islands, so there's moisture all around, and, you know, it just your general knowledge, this is in conflict with that. So I got to do some looking and learning, and then I can bring you my findings, you know, to tell you what I think. But I want to say thank you to everyone who came to be a part of this stream. I'm sorry about the technical bullshit at the beginning when we started the first half of it. That's another video. We were like 30 something minutes in, and then it started its bullshit. I'm over it. And I forgot to pop out your comments on this. That's only why I started with this software to begin with, because I'm like, oh, I can pop out the comments and, you know, highlight comments I like and whatever, and it's more special for you. But I don't like the drama that I have to go through in order to be able to share productions with you. I don't love that, you know. It's arduous, and it's not like one button. You're 1, I'm 3. Boom. 1, I bring you in, show you the damn shit. 3 back to me. Done. This, present, then click on share, then click on share again, then click what you're sharing. Is it a tab? Is it a screen? Is it a fucking whatever? Or is it the other thing? You click on that, and then once you click, then you hit the share, and then I can't. So it takes more to get through stuff, you know. It's just more of a production. Yeah, but you do what you got to do. You know, for me, it's about communicating information as accurately as I can, and to give all the parameters on that, so that you leave this now understanding. You can go and have a very informed, intelligent conversation about what the fuck is happening in Niger, who the players are, what's happening, what is the state of the situation right now as you speak, what's the motive, and what is the answer, and all of that. You know, that's what my goal is to be able to do. And so hopefully I've done that in this piece. So today is Thursday. We still could possibly get something in when I come in from the mosque tomorrow, everybody, because again, this is shifting and moving and happening. And I'm not going to bed now. You know, I still have to have dinner, and then I will be watching this. I only watch African media. That's all I watch. Since before I went to Africa, like, I need to know what's happening on the continent, across the continent, because all that has implications for me. You understand? And anybody, whether I was going to live in Africa or not, we should understand that this continent means something for us. We have to start claiming it. But it's more for me because I've made the investment to move to Africa. So what happens here can still affect me, and what happens there can still affect me. I have to know, where am I at? You know, where am I at? What, you know? So let's say Gambia was changing their currency and no more American dollar. What does that mean for me? You know? Well, that's not the best example, because essentially I've already experienced that, because I wasn't transacting anything with American dollar. Only time you transact American dollar is when you're getting a change to Gambian currency, which I can show you that. I told you I didn't have any French currency, but I can show you some Gambian money, y'all. And we'll let that be our out. Also, you guys, don't forget that we're still raising money for the Chamba Mosque in Lemon Village, Gambia, where I was staying. And yeah, I gave my word. Anytime I give my word, I keep it. You know, if I say I'm gonna kill you, you should move. You know, I don't know where you're gonna go, but you should move. You should move, especially if I know where you live. You know, I use that as an example, but I'm not really being funny because I mean that. The things I say out of my mouth, I mean. I've always said to you, don't waste your time to say shit you don't mean. Don't do it. Don't. Life is too short. Don't. If you don't mean it, don't say it. So I gave my word that I was going to do this. I spoke to the Imam, who you can see in the video that I produced that is on the GoFundMe page. I produced a whole video just for you. And that was a lot. But the link for the GoFundMe is always under every video, and also the information for the Cash App. Give something, everybody. You don't gotta be wealthy. You give what you can. Do you understand? That's what's important. This is the money from, this is different denominations of money from Gambia, which is interesting because both of these are 200 Dalasi, but they look different. Now I've got to do these so you can see them. How can I best do this? Oh. This is one. You can see the president's picture there on it. That's Adama Barrow, my president. That's 200 Dalasi. This is also 200 Dalasi from the Central Bank of the Gambia. Not understanding why it's a whole different look. That's the one side of it, and then this is the other side of it. It has like, that reflects their agriculture because people are in the fields either planting or harvesting something. It's very artistic, the currency, you know. And some of it is softer than others. Like this feels like more like the American money. That's more softer. This feels more like, ooh, you could tear it in half if you're not careful, type thing. They do have the strip in them, the metal strip. This is 5 Dalasi. I'll have to take some pictures and then I can put up pictures, you know, like cut to pictures and show you them under better lighting, and then you can really appreciate the currency. This is 5 Dalasi. And this is 50. It feels just like the first 200 one that I showed you. And it's balled up because this, they don't really like be keeping money all perfect and nice. It's usually just kind of crumpled and bald, and just everybody that I saw doing money, it was just like, bruh. Oh my God, I look like my grandma. And yeah, you can't really see that. There's some bird. I feel like it's a falcon. Don't hold me to that. This is 10 Dalasi. There's a ferry on the back. That would be the ferry that goes from across to Banjul. The bus and everything drives on there. It's loaded with a bunch of people, and that's the ferry. So I see they put that on the back of the 10 Dalasi, along with some other artistic stuff that you have to hold it a certain way in order to see it. And then that bird, a couple of birds are on the front. Anyways, just to give you an idea, you know, that's some of the money from the Gambia. And 450, 65, 465 Dalasi. Not sure what that means. Let's put it in my trans converter. Let's say 465. So the Delasi, I'll put in 465. Garbage. Okay. What's happening? Okay. 465. Do I put a decimal? 465 Delasi. If I put it in right, that's $7.67 American. $7.67 is 465 Gambian Delasi. You know, that's the other thing too, you guys, with your donation, a little bit goes a long way because of the transfer rate from the dollar to the Delasi. So be aware of that. Do you understand? So with that, I'll see you guys either tomorrow. If for some reason I don't get a chance to be with you when I come in from the mosque tomorrow, then Saturday I can't see a barrier to being together. And as I say, this is moving and happening, and it's like a novel, man. We got to see it through to the end. That's just what it is. So I love you guys all. Thank you so much for coming, and I will see you soon. This is the Jedi.